Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our online conference. My name is Kseniya Korzun. I'm a general manager of ILP Group, and I'm very pleased to see you today. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to all our attendees today. I know that we have attendees from Asia, from India, from the US, from UK, from European Union, from Middle East, from Russian CIS, from Africa. Today we have a global conference, and a very warm welcome to everyone. I hope that you will find the content which will be useful and interesting for you. And now I will start with a brief introduction of our conference and what we are going to have today, what we will talk about. And meanwhile, I will describe our conference. I encourage you to present yourself. You see a chat, so you can introduce yourself and tell us what you are looking for, what is interesting for you, which countries, which topics you have. Maybe you can start with putting your questions right away, and our speakers will be answering them during the conference. Also, in case you will not find a speaker from the country you are interested in and you will still have a question, we will be pleased to answer this question, because our speakers sometimes they represent more countries than the countries they are talking about, and they will be capable to answer your question and help you with your request. Also, I want to ask you to put as much detailed question as you can, because all our speakers are professional experts. They are lawyers, immigration lawyers, professionals in real estate, and developers, and they know everything about their topic they are talking, so you may really ask whatever you want to ask, and they will of course respond. Also, I encourage you to use our chat in this online conference to network, to find a partner, a client, maybe, so you can just present yourself and ask what you are interested in, and I'm sure that all the other attendees will be interested to meet you. I know we all miss offline conferences when we can meet each other after the conference on the coffee break, or in the lobby, or in the registration desk. So I just want to offer you our chat as an alternative. Of course, not so interesting as usual. Hope so that lockdown will be over soon this year, and we will resume our conferences, offline conferences, and we will meet you in person. I really miss all our partners and speakers and attendees, but I'm sure we will meet soon. Meanwhile, we have this online conference to talk to each other. And now I want to briefly introduce you what this conference is about. So we have attendees from all over the world. It's our global conference, and we discuss different immigration programs, different countries, different real estate projects and opportunities for global citizenship, let's say. So we are talking here about immigration by investment to the European Union, the UK, the USA and Canada, and we are talking about acquisition of real estate to support immigration. During the lockdown and pandemic, this topic became more and more demanded, and a lot of high net worth individuals decided to receive some permanent residency or citizenship in different countries in order to travel freely, in order to have different possibilities for the business, and decided to invest in a secured and very stable markets. So this topic is quite demanded, and I know that we have some attendees today who are with us for the very first time. So I will tell you a bit about us. ILP Group, we are a big company with a head office in London. We have also our offices in Asia and in different countries, and what we are doing, we conduct conferences live and online dedicated to luxury real estate and to immigration. As well, we specialize in hospitality real estate investments. We help to pair sellers and buyers, and we help to select off-market and high-yielded trophy properties in hospitality real estate. So we have quite a lot of seller mandates to sell hotels and buyer mandates to search for hotels, and this is actually my specialization, which I'm going to talk about today as well, so please stay with us for this topic. And as for immigration, we do this conferences dedicated to immigration by investment and real estate investments for 8 years already, and we are a global leader in this industry. We know all the best immigration services providers and developers from most demanded countries, and these companies actually are our speakers, our partners on our conferences. We carefully select our partners to talk to you. That's why I believe this information today will be very up to date, very informative. The information you will receive will really give you a full overview of the country, of the immigration program, of the conditions, and we strongly recommend you to cooperate with these speakers because they can professionally advise you. And if you will be interested in talking directly to someone, you will see the contacts on the screen, so please feel free to contact speakers directly for further consultation, for receiving further information, maybe more detailed information about some program or about some real estate project. So what we're going to talk about today, we have speakers from United Kingdom, from European Union. We will focus specifically on Cyprus and Portugal as one of the most demanded destinations within European Union. We will of course travel to a sunny Caribbean because Caribbean citizenship is still very demanded, especially for India, for Russia and CIS, a lot of applicants from these countries. We will focus on United States because it's probably one of the most interesting and demanded destinations as well globally, and we will have informative presentation about EB5 investments. We will discuss different opportunities for high net worth individuals and investments in different sectors of real estate and other alternative investments. We will touch the topic of alternative investments because this is more and more demanded request about where I actually can invest alternatively rather than into real estate. So our speakers will undercover this topic, and we will actually combine, and we will try to discuss actually if you have a choice if to invest in real estate or in something else, what are your risks or what are your profits. So please feel free to ask and put these questions, and myself I will also touch this topic when talking about hospitality real estate and alternatives for hospitality real estate, alternatives in security of your investments, alternative in stability, and alternatives about return on investments and about yields. We will discuss that as well. If you already have these questions ready and you are interested in learning more about this, please feel free to ask your questions right away, and we will definitely be answering them. We will be looking into the chat from time to time and discuss these topics with you. Also, I know that we have a lot of viewers from India today. Namaste, very warm welcome. We will have a special guest from India today who will present immigration market in India. I'm sure you will be very interested. And also regarding the timing, we will have this conference UK time from 10 to 3:30. So you may be with us during all this time. I know not all of you are available to stay with us for such a long time, for more than 5 hours. And if you will need to disconnect, you can always connect via the same link which you have. I just want to remind you that this link you received in the email with which you are registered, and you may always access the conference via that link. And also you have the full agenda available both on our website, so you may check our website and you see this website now on your screen, ilpgroup.uk. You may go there and check the agenda, and as well in the description to this video just below the agenda is available as well, so you may check the most interesting presentations for you and come back to us when your speaker will be with us on air. We are really sticking to the schedule, so we will be on time, maybe 1 minute later in the worst case scenario, but in general we will be on time with all the presentations. And also you may start asking questions right away, even before your speaker is on air, and we will collect all the questions and ask speaker to answer those questions, and so you will definitely receive the answer even if you will not be online during that time. So that's pretty everything I wanted to tell you about the upcoming agenda. We actually asked our speakers to prepare very up-to-date presentations, and they are really informative, with a lot of data, with a lot of numbers and graphs, with detailed presentations and detailed advice. We will have case-by-case discussions with the real-time situations, and you know that during the lockdown and pandemic, different countries are actually changing their legislation. They are making some improvements, and a lot of questions arise. How does it work during the lockdown? So what is actually going on now? Is it possible to do everything online? If so, then how? What is the procedure? What is different? Is it true that the amount for investment has been changed? When the changes will be implemented? So all these questions are we are available to answer them regarding all the countries we are presenting today. And also, if you have some questions about other countries, we just want to remind you that you may start to ask them as well. We have very nice and interesting new topic today, I would say, for those who already watched us before: immigration to Singapore through investment funds for high net worth individuals, which is also quite interesting and new. I'm sure not all of you know about this possibility, and nowadays, especially when becoming a global citizen is very important for global business, Singapore as a destination, as a country with interesting conditions for conducting business, and tax regime is quite interesting, especially for high net worth individuals. So I definitely encourage you to watch this presentation. We will also have some new touch for and new information about the countries which you are familiar with. I know that, for example, you think that you know everything about Portugal or EB5. However, we always add some new touches to these countries, to these topics, and highlight different aspects. So even you watched already one of these presentations, today we have prepared something new for you. I will quickly see if we have something in the chat. Yes, hello to Bangalore, to Beijing. Very, very nice to see this international audience. Like, I'm traveling, you know, to Bangalore and to Beijing, even staying in our studio. I hope that you will really enjoy our conference, and again encourage you to present yourself and say hello to everyone. I guess we will soon be ready to move to our next speaker. I will ask my team to check if our next speaker is ready. Yes, I see that our next speaker is ready, our first one, and I'm very pleased to present Daliah. Do you hear us?
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Great. So I'm very pleased to present Daliah Sklar, founder and UK immigration solicitor, DRSI Global. And Daliah will address the topic United Kingdom's post-Brexit immigration options. And you may already start to ask all your questions in the chat. Daliah will answer them after her speech. Daliah, we are very pleased to see you on this virtual stage. Thank you so much for joining us today. And
thank you for having me.
30 minutes, this virtual stage is fully yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me here as your first speaker to give me the platform to introduce the United Kingdom as the #1 country looking to attract foreign investment and talented, skilled foreign immigration today. My name is Daliah Sklar, and I'm a British immigration solicitor and founder and Director of DRSI Global and DRSI Law. We have offices in the UK, the US, and in the Middle East. DRSI was established over 16 years ago, and my team and I specialize uniquely in immigration law to the United Kingdom and also to the United States. We're licensed immigration solicitors both in the UK and the US. We're certified translators and public registered notaries. This may seem like a lot of titles, but immigration is about bureaucracy and official stamps, and this is what you need. We have certified English teachers in our team, a certified resume writer, a tech expert. We even have a certified psychologist, as well as our legal solicitors and paralegals. The entire process of moving to another country, uprooting your lives and your children's school and employment, leaving your family and familiar places is quite daunting. And many of our clients feel comfortable with a certified, experienced psychologist working with the families during the move. Our team speaks English, Arabic, Russian, Ukrainian, French, Italian, and Hebrew, and we're always available to make you feel as comfortable as possible. So today we're going to be talking about the historic changes that have occurred in my homeland in the UK, or otherwise known as Great Britain, only in the last 3 months. And I'm not talking about Prince Harry and his wife Meghan shocking the world with their secrets of the British royal family, nor am I talking about the worldwide corona pandemic that has attacked the world's economy and travel restrictions. But today I'll be talking about the Brexit and how this will affect the entire policy of all immigration and the economy. And let me clarify, the United Kingdom, or otherwise known as Britain or England, this is the small island that sits northwest of Europe. It's made up of the 4 nations, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. And together all the nations are below Her Majesty the Queen, and who is the highest power of our nation. So I want to focus today on the exit of Britain from the European Union and how and why that could be relevant to you. And let me give you a very brief history today of the Brexit move. So the UK joined the European Union in 1973, but as the years passed, many of the British people felt quite unhappy, and so we voted in a democratic referendum to leave the European Union in 2016. And of course, there were many reasons for the drastic separation, but again, we can discuss them further another time. But the most prominent policy that came to an end was the freedom of movement. And what is that? So the freedom of movement was that all 28 member countries of the European Union shared a common policy, shared common rules and regulations, and they even had their own parliament, and they were talking about one day having their own military or even a national anthem. So one of the most important aspects was the policy of freedom of movement, meaning that any European citizen from within the 27 countries, which makes up around 440 million citizens, were allowed to work, study, live, gain housing benefits, and enjoy national health coverage from any country within the EU. So if I just give you an example, a small, a German restaurant owner could decide to start a small restaurant chain in the UK. And before Brexit, he could hire any employee from the European Union, so Spanish, Italian citizens, and they wouldn't have to apply for any specific work permits. If you're a Cypriot citizen or a Swedish citizen, you could turn up at Gatwick Airport, all of your suitcases, all of your family members, and simply claim you were coming to live in the United Kingdom. Well, no questions were asked. This policy didn't go very well for the British, who ended up voting to stop hosting the Europeans in their country. And fast forward 3 months ago, January the 1st, 2021, D-Day, people were so scared in the shops that there would be no more medicine any longer coming in from Europe, or no more chocolate croissants from France. But alas, after an amicable divorce separation, an agreement was reached. It took around 3 years. The Europeans may not have been so happy, but in the end of the day, the UK was now free to make its own immigration policy. And so the UK has decided now to choose to go alone, divorce the EU, leave the club, and have their own proud British club. So what relevance is this to you, to the rest of the world? And how could you benefit from this divorce of 30 years plus of marriage? So let me explain to you. The British situation has presented new investment possibilities to the rest of the world. Britain is desperately now seeking inward foreign investment and talented skills from foreigners. It wants to attract the best skilled talents from all over the world. So they decided to change the entire immigration system to be friendly and manageable and non-discriminative against Europeans and non-Europeans. The rules had to change, and after examining what Britain would need, after analysing all the sectors and industries, they set up a point-based system. And we have a new immigration policy that will include all foreigners, and everybody will be treated equally. And now we can look at the land of opportunities now. So the membership to the EU club was terminated. A new land of opportunities has now been created. It'll be bigger and better and greater than ever. And mutual business will certainly continue, and the UK will continue to trade with the EU, and the EU will continue to trade with the UK. However, the UK is no longer chained to EU laws and regulations. There will be no more freedom of movement for Europeans. And here lies the opportunity. The UK have now announced that they are eager with open arms to inviting all foreign investment, businesses and skilled workers to the UK, focusing on Asia, America, the Middle East and Africa. So let's discuss the technology, UK tech. Technology investment in the UK soared by 44% to over £10 billion in 2020. Funding for UK cybersecurity startups has increased by a staggering 940% since the beginning of the corona lockdown, with a £496 million being raised in just the first half of 2020. According to government's Cyber Security Sectoral Analysis 2020, there are 1,221 firms active within the UK providing cybersecurity products and services, a 44% increase in the last 2 years. Out of this, 90% of the sector consists of SMEs with an associated estimate turnover of £2 billion, which is around 24% of the sector's revenue. Digital tech is second in importance in the UK labour market in 2020 after healthcare, and digital tech roles have seen a 36% upstick from June to August 2020. Us as a law firm, DRSI, we work hand in hand with tech organisations such as ITHN or the International Tech Hub Network, and we assist to forge innovation partnerships with investment between the UK and international tech sectors. Our clients are now on the London Stock Exchange, and our clients have a red carpet when they are coming and bringing in new innovative tech to the UK. Education. So education and the UK go hand in hand. The universities are the best well known in the world, Oxford, Cambridge. But despite early predictions this year that the corona pandemic would cause international students to decline, the opposite has happened, and the UK is set for a record increase, with enrolments of non-EU international students up by 9% this year. There are certain explanations for this. Many of them are global politics, opportunities also for employment and teaching quality. There has been increased tension between the Chinese and the US, and this has led for thousands of cancellations of visas for Chinese students to study in the US. So naturally now they would want to come to the UK. Other countries have become also less attractive to international students due to some of their actions during the pandemic, such as perhaps even some of the Asian countries, the Australian government encouraging all foreign students to return home. So this may mean now that the UK has become more attractive as an alternative destination. And one also very important issue is that the British undergraduate degree may be much cheaper than the US degree, as well as being much shorter. So in other countries, the US degree will be 4 years, whereas in the UK it will be 3 years. A master degree could be finished even in 1 year. And finally, in the immigration side, we have now started a new type of visa, which is called a post-study working visa, which will now allow international students to have 2 years of working, of employment after they finish their degree. So in a way, you could find yourself in a situation whereby you could register for a 1-year master's degree and then get 2 years of working work permit after that immediately. Culture and sport in the UK. Well, we're pleased to announce that the British galleries and museums, such as the Barbican and the National Gallery and the Science Museum, they'll all be now opening up after the pandemic in July this year. And for football fans, up to 10,000 fans could be in the stadiums by mid-May. Boris Johnson had a specific plan, a 4-part plan, but he's excited now to invite everyone to Wimbledon, which is scheduled for the 28th of June, and even Formula One Grand Prix with real human beings actually gathered together. We're so excited. History and national beauty around the UK. We have 15 national parks and historic castles, medieval cathedrals and churches, and centuries of migrants and museums. And now we can talk about the minimum wage, which has just recently now increased to 2.2%, one of the world's leading salaries at £8.91 per hour for anyone over 23 and above. Housing prices in the UK. Housing prices have actually risen by over 5.2% in London alone in 2020. So nationwide UK housing prices ended in 2020 on an average 6% higher than 2019. And the average UK house has now gone up by over £14,000 in the previous year. There is a huge imbalance between supply and demand. And during the pandemic, we saw this. It was proven that people will always need somewhere to live. People are looking to leave the London commuter belt, and they're choosing larger properties now with an extra room or for an office or a larger garden for the children to be able to spend time. And developers are now actually building larger properties. So now we're looking at many more properties in the 700,000 to 1.5 million pound range. Investors are also now investing in commercial properties, and they're looking at things between 15 to 20% yield in certain areas, changing certain commercial shopping centres, for example, to more residential because of the need now after the pandemic. And we can see here some beautiful houses and their prices, their average prices. A 5-bedroom country house, 16th century, with 3.5 acres for £750,000, or perhaps even a 1-bedroom central modern apartment in the centre of Manchester for £259,000. Roof garden and gym and concierge service. So the consultation meeting, and how does that work with my firm, with DRSI? Well, let me explain to you a little bit about my expertise here. So our firm, we talk to hundreds of different international potential immigrants each week. We hear over and over the reasons to leave their country and come to the UK. And 90% of the time, they're looking for a safer country, to leave the politics of their own country, and they're looking for a strong future for their children. They look to the UK, to the education, to the safety. And what we need to do as lawyers, we need to categorize their potential and their skills and place them into the correct visa option available today, and also taking into consideration the travel restrictions in place. So once a client is introduced to myself or one of my team members, we shall arrange a consultation to evaluate his interests. Micro level, we look at everything that he needs for his company, his family, his long-term tax plans. whether he's looking for a passport or he's just looking for a residency option. So today we're going to discuss some of the types of visas that you will start to learn about their names in the UK immigration. These are the revolutionary types of visas and the new names. And we'll become familiar today with the investor visa, the global talent, the innovator and startup, the skilled worker, and the overseas rep visa. So what is really the process? When I'm talking to a CEO of a foreign company, a founder of a company, who they have employees in their foreign company today, and they have a stable company that they are looking to grow and develop this company to the UK, they may be interested to find out how to perhaps set up a UK company or a headquarters or a branch in the UK today. And the simplest stage is the first initial visa. And that one we would appoint to one of the senior executives of the foreign company, not specifically to the founder. The initial stepping stone visa will be to test the water in the UK, and your overseas representative will be granted a 3-year visa to come to the UK, to take market research, to do his checks, and to report back to see if the UK will be a successful location to open up his company. Now, that overseas representative, your executive that comes from your company today, will be granted a 3-year visa with him and his family and his children, and he will have the obligation to set up a daughter company in the UK. After 3 years, if the daughter company has been established quite easily, and there is some example of activity in the UK, you can apply then for an extension for a further 2 years, and then residency, which will lead to citizenship or a British passport. And the entire process for your first representative can take around 6 to 8 weeks. And my firm will advise them throughout the entire process before arriving in the UK and obviously after arriving in the UK. Now, once your UK rep or your foreign rep has now arrived in the UK and has set up the company and a bank account and a basic corporate setup, we can then request a special license to be granted to the UK company, and this is called a sponsor license. This license shall allow you to be able to hire any skilled foreigners, and otherwise now today they are known as skilled workers. In the past, before December 2020, they were called Tier 2, and today they're now called skilled workers. And from then on, the company will have a 4-year platform to hire any employees that you wish to hire. The new laws that were actually recently enacted on the 1st of December will allow your UK company to hire senior executives to low-skilled jobs. So many new jobs have actually now been added to the list, including gardeners and construction workers and childminders and even butchers. The UK are very aware, and they're constantly checking the different areas and different sectors that need to be filled and were filled in the past by Europeans. And now these are the areas that you will be allowed to bring over other employees from different areas of the world today. We'll move now to the startup and innovator visa. And this is actually now aimed at young entrepreneurs who may not actually have their own foreign company today in their home country, but they wish to start a new company from scratch in the UK. The UK have split this into 2 groups. Those who already have raised around £50,000 or above, or have the ability to invest that money, and those who haven't raised any funds at this point. So those who already have money and who already have a strong idea and a strong business plan to put down, and the idea that they wish to set up in the UK can be considered as innovative, they can come under what's called the innovator visa. The innovator will grant you 3 years to come to the UK, and after that 3 years, you can then apply for residency. The UK government has set up a list of endorsing companies, and for a fee, an annual fee, they will offer a mentorship program per year. And during this mentorship program, they will teach you, they will introduce you, and they will guide you to how to become a successful UK company. And the idea is to demonstrate an innovative idea to the UK, and the endorser has the authority to see that potential in the business and sponsor them. During the first 2 years, the potential entrepreneur will be taught about the different businesses and introduced to contacts and trained in marketing and PR and granted all of the skills to make his British business a success. After this time, the startup should be on its feet and have raised some money in inward investment. The entrepreneur should then focus on his business alone, but he will also be trained and mentored. If many of the entrepreneurs prefer to partner with a UK company that is active today, this is also an option under the innovative visa, and a foreign investor or entrepreneur can partner together with funds that he is bringing over £50,000, and we can match him together with a UK company to support that new innovative company in the UK. 3 years later, he can apply for indefinite leave to remain. Now, when the entrepreneur actually doesn't source from any type of business company, but actually he sources upon his own merits and achievements, the newest and most exciting visa that my firm has actually received, over 99% success rate, we call it now the Talent or the Global Promise Visa. This is the most incredible resident permit, and it aimed to attract the best talent from 3 main industries: the arts, which will include the architects and the acting; the tech industry, which both includes from both spheres, so the founders and the finance to the developers, the software engineers and the architects, any area of tech, prop tech, fintech, low tech, IA, cyber. And finally, the last category will come under the researchers of the academia. So researchers, scientists, professors from any background. And the idea is simple. During the first stage, we file an endorsement based upon showing around 10 pieces of evidence of their reputation, media, articles, anything from the web or anything that was published in hard copy. And this takes around 10 weeks to be approved. After that, you can apply for entry clearance to come into the UK. We focus on promoting your achievements from the last 5 years that were published publicly. So critics of your work, an article, an interview, an international award that you won. These are all the types of evidence that we would put together. And the work permit allows you to come to the country, contribute your skills in any form. So should you then wish to take a job working in cyber under the tech industry, you can do that. If you wish to set up your own business, you can do that too. If you wish to do both, you can do that as well. And here actually on the left, we can see an actual endorsement there where we see the global talent endorsement. We filed the application on the 21st of December, and you can see, we filed the application on the 8th of December, and you can see that by the 21st of December, we'd already been approved for stage 1. So this is quite a fast application. And finally, we will talk about the investor visa. So should you have not specifically decided on setting up a business in the UK, or you wish to come to the UK just to relax or enjoy some of the beauty of fishing by the Scottish castles or playing golf or listening to some beautiful musicals, perhaps you wish to study in the UK and that you know that you want to apply for permanent residency. But if you come under a student visa, you can only apply for residency after 10 years, whereas if you come under the investor visa, you can study and then apply for permanent residence after 5 years. So you may rely on the investment visa, and that requires you, your spouse, or even the family member to invest £2 million on your behalf into a UK bank investment portfolio. And after 5 years, then you can apply for permanent residency. A year later, you can then apply for British citizenship. If you decide to invest any more than £2 million and you go for the higher amount of £5 million, this waiting period will be shortened to 3 years. And even further, £10 million investment for 2 years will grant you permanent residence after 2 years. And here we can see an actual photo of a real visa in real time here, where we had a client here who was approved the talent migrant visa himself. And a small recommendation that we got from one of our clients just recently, a young 25-year-old painter. She had 3 galleries and exhibitions and 2 sales of her work, and 2 articles about her work in the local journals. So I'd just like to add and finish off that within the last 16 years, my firm has issued thousands of work visas to the UK, and we've always worked very closely with the British government organisations. We always try to partner our clients with government bodies such as the London Stock Exchange, the IIM, and especially we work with the Department of Trade and Investment in your country to grant you a red carpet when you and your family actually come to live in our wonderful country. And Britain is one of the most diverse and tolerant and multicultural countries in the world, and we now open our arms and welcome you. So my door is always open, my details are here, and we're available on Zoom or WhatsApp or by email at any time. And I'm open for any questions if anyone has anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daliah, for this wonderful and informative presentation. A lot of examples, very interesting. We have some questions to you. The first question is from Yasin Veheba. Daliah, in your opinion, will the immunity vaccination passport be included in the required paperwork for applicants? When it can happen?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. I know that many countries today are trying to promote the way to convince their specific citizens to get vaccinated, and that will allow them to travel freely between different countries. But until today, I think that the idea will be that the vaccination will help you, but at this point now, travel restrictions are based upon you showing a COVID a negative test that you've taken up to 72 hours before you fly into the country. And after you arrive in the country, you still then need to do another serological antibody test once you arrive. So I have so many clients saying to me, well, I've done 1 vaccination, 2 vaccinations, I was sick myself, I have this immunity passport. It will. I believe that it will take a long time before all the countries gather together. But as long as you can each time come with the serological testing and the negative testing, then this is what's going to be for the next few months, I assume.
Thank you so much. Our next question is from Kanvalit Parva. Would there be a demand for a small private foreign language school teaching Oriental languages? What is legally required for opening this kind of business?
There are thousands of language schools in the UK. That doesn't mean that your new innovative idea won't be something that would be acceptable, and I'm sure that you could think of a way to present it to the authorities that you have something that is more entrepreneurial than the rest, and it is actually simpler than you imagine. So the bureaucracy to register a company and the bureaucracy for the paperwork is something that it can take a couple of weeks to do. A good business plan is absolutely necessary. I would assume that you would need a little bit of capital, but absolutely possible to do that.
Thank you so much. Then a question from Hakim Abdullahi. How do I check if my degree earned in Cairo is recognized in the UK?
Well, there are professions in the UK that you must be accredited under an accredited organisation, and there are professions that don't need accreditation. So if you're looking for getting a working permit, actually what you need to do is you need to get a job offer from a UK employer who would offer you a position. And interestingly enough, when the job offer is put into the sponsor license system, which we spoke about earlier, they ask for the title, but there's no specific demand to show the actual certificate that you were granted in your country. However, if you do come under a profession that needs to be accredited, so for example, if you're a doctor, a nurse, or an architect, then that accreditation would have to go through the specific professional organization, and they would check themselves whether they have an agreement with that university, or whether you would have to come and to the UK and perhaps do some more examinations.
Thank you so much. That's all for now, and for all our attendees who still have some questions to Daliah, I want to pay your attention that you can see contacts on the screen. You can see the email, phone number, and also a website. Please check the website for more information, and Daliah will be pleased to answer further questions and requests. Daliah, thank you so much for interesting presentation, for answering all the questions. Thank you so much for joining us today, and wishing you a nice day ahead.
Thank you very much for your time. Bye-bye.
Okay, and we are moving to our next topic, which will focus on top income producing assets in the European Union, and I will be your speaker for this topic for the next half an hour. For those who has just joined us, I want to one more time remind you that my name is Kseniya Korzun. I'm a general manager of ILP Group, and our company is specialized in both we organize events offline and online, and we also specialized in hospitality real estate. We help to pair sellers and buyers. We find off-market properties, hotels, high-yielded trophy properties which are not for sale, and we connect potential buyers and sellers and make this deal happen. As well, we help to conduct due diligence, both financial and technical due diligence, to evaluate the asset. We connect our buyers to all the professionals to conduct the deal, and for more information about these activities of our company, you may read on our website. You may see the website on the screen, ilpgroup.uk. And the topic I would like to address you today is top income producing assets. What I mean here? Actually, I'm going to talk about real estate, but on purpose, I actually want to talk about assets in general, because when I work with investors, meaning it's more institutional investors, investment funds, hotel chains, professional investors, as well we do work with high-net-worth individuals and family offices, of course. So we actually we face the situation when investor is trying to evaluate the assets and compare these assets to all other types of assets. For example, if you are talking about a hotel, investor is comparing this asset to different types, meaning it could be a bank, it could be another type of real estate, it could be bank deposit, it could be like any other types of investments. And the demand is different during pandemic, and especially nowadays, and the situation is different all the time. So we face the demand is changing, and what I want to talk to you about is which demand is on market right now, what we see, and which deals we see on the market, why these deals are happening. And actually during this speech, I want to interact with you and maybe see your opinion as well. So it could be not only my speech and my presentation, but also your questions and your opinions are very welcome. Again, I would like to ask you to put them in the chat, and I will definitely answer them. And I will start with income producing assets, because of course every buyer wants the asset to bring money, not only to save. In some cases we are talking about only saving money, only in putting the capital in a safe place. However, of course, if this safe place will also generate some income, no one will refuse this opportunity, right? And when we are talking about European Union, these safe havens, I would name them, which foreign investors are looking for, because we are mostly working with foreign investors. In most cases, when we connect seller and buyer, we connect foreign buyer from different country to a seller from different country. And if talking about safe havens in Europe, I would name, of course, UK. And UK real estate prices are quite high, still quite high. And also we are talking about Switzerland, about Germany, about Austria. These countries are considered as very safe. Like to buy assets in these countries will put investors' mind at ease that everything will be fine, correct? And then we have another market segment when you can get a higher profit. And if talking about hospitality real estate, it's high-yielded properties. Just to give you an example, let's take a price range of a boutique hotel, a small one with, let's say, 30 rooms, around 20-30 rooms. And let's take this market segment in Switzerland and in Portugal. For example, Mountain Hotel in Switzerland, which will 5-star, both hotels are 4-star, right? 5-star hotel with 30 rooms in Switzerland will bring you 5% yield, return on investment. You will have 5% per year. When in Portugal, let's say in Lisbon, the same amount, like 20 million, again the same, nearly the same number of rooms, nearly the same category, the boutique hotel will bring you more than 10% yield, even sometimes 13 or 15%. And on investors' question, why should I then invest in Switzerland? I will get more profit in Portugal. I would say that the market situation is very different there. So you, if you're looking for a short-term investment, like a couple of years, not a lifetime business, of course it's better to go into destinations like Portugal, Spain, Italy, where you can earn more profit in the short term. However, if you will look at the bigger picture, let's say 10, 20, 30, 50 years, you will see that the situation with market prices, with supply and demand, with occupancy rates, they are very stable in safe havens like in Germany and Austria, and they are very different in southern countries, for example, in hospitality real estate, Spain and Portugal and Italy. You do have a very bright hospitality market there. Tourism is blooming. Of course, we are not talking about lockdown because all the numbers we are talking about are based on evaluation before COVID, and we are talking about normal situation, of course. So it depends on the strategy, investment strategy, and as I know that we have professional investors today, you know that it could be a different investment strategy, right? You can invest in the short term, receive your profit and move to another business sector. In this case, southern countries are just best for that. And if you are looking for a lifetime investment for more long term, I suggest to take a look at safe havens, so-called. Also, regarding the situation on the market, for example, Lisbon is one of the most popular market for hospitality real estate because before COVID we had a RevPAR, occupancy rate and yields mostly the highest in Europe. So if you compare a RevPAR in Lisbon, let's say, in Zurich and in Paris, these are three cities where the highest RevPAR may be seen. Lisbon will be the highest one in the last 3 or 5 years. Of course, different reports may vary because some reports take into account all the hotels, all the types of the hotels. They just combine and divide. Some focus on only 5 stars, so it depends on how you look at this index. But in general, Portugal market is just great for hospitality real estate. That's why we receive so much request for that market, and that's why I'm talking about it. As for bigger hotels like trophy hotels, grand hotels, 5-star with more than 100 rooms, we see that London, Paris, Zurich, Geneva, Rome, Barcelona are still the cities of the first choice. And when institutional investors are decided to, like huge buyers, huge investment funds are deciding to invest, they actually pick these cities as a first choice. There was a time with a demand for the US, December and January, big demand for the US. For hospitality, and we even started to look at that market, and we started to select properties because of the situation inside the country. A lot of distressed properties were available with huge discounts, like 30 or 40% discounts. And again, when talking about discounts, I would like to stress that this situation will not last forever. Even now we see that distressed properties and discounted properties are sometimes not available at the final stage. So, for example, I'm talking only about our experience at ILP Group, because we are a professional negotiator and we conduct these negotiations on a daily basis with owners and buyers. What we see is that, for example, if our buyer is interested in property and this property is distressed with a huge discount, right? When you are discussing this asset, when you are already inside the deal, when you are after due diligence are doing the offer, sometimes the owner thinks that I'm not ready to sell it for this low price. I will live with this asset a bit more time, and maybe in some cases they even see that European countries are announcing that the summer tourism season will happen and that the hotels will be opened, and they think that I will earn my losses back, so I will manage that myself, I'm not ready to sell. And we face this situation pretty often, so it's not like only one case or something like very familiar in one country. It happens really on a daily basis that owners at the final stage decide not to sell. And it happens with distressed assets in most cases, when they feel that the price is too low and they feel that the asset is very good and it can bring some money, and they decide to have it in place. In this case, the strategy would be the buyer can walk away, say that, okay, keep it for yourself, I will go look for another asset. Then the asset could be a joint venture, let's say. You may offer the owner still keep this asset for himself in some percentage, and just the buyer will buy a share in this business, in this property, and as a first stage maybe, and then the next stage will be 100% ownership. Then the strategy would be to convince the owner to sell. So it could be a different scenarios. I'm just saying that it's not right to think that if you found distressed assets which is with a very good discount, that you will definitely buy it at the end of the day. So scenarios may vary actually. Also, the other trend I see that investors are not sure in hospitality real estate, despite we do have good news for hospitality real estate in the last days. I'm sure you all read the news of different countries you are following, and you see that a number of lockdowns are at ease. For example, Portugal now is feeling itself better. We read good news from other countries. We know that France is going to have summer season. Some other countries are announcing summer season for hospitality real estate, especially for hotels located at Riviera, at the sea, at the ocean. It is very important to have a summer season because it's a huge share in annual profit, and it is important not to lose this season. So we hear good news for hospitality real estate, and what is happening is that investors are more interested in hospitality real estate, while sellers are thinking that maybe I will keep it for myself. So this is a situation. So it's less assets than a month ago, because I know that we have today attendees of this conference who watch our conference for hospitality real estate from time to time, and you remember that last month I told you that it's a lot of distressed assets and it's time to buy. Now we feel that it's already less distressed assets and the situation is slightly different than it was before. So it's still time to catch something interesting, something catchy, but it's not like owners are really desperate, and financial hardship is really not that strong. So the market is recovering definitely, especially this good news. And news about vaccination, of course, affects the market. So when investors and sellers, when they read the news about global vaccination and the lockdown will be over, we don't know the date, but we definitely know that it will be. And these are all good news for hospitality real estate. But actually my point was different. What I wanted to say is that when the investor has some doubts about investing in hospitality real estate, what can be an alternative? And that's why I want to talk about like alternative investments. So what can be an alternative actually? An alternative could be another market segment of another real estate, right? So if we are talking about different real estate, we see that some investors are moving into residential sector, starting to look at residential buildings, mixed-use developments, in some cases commercial real estate. But let's be honest with each other. If talking about commercial real estate, what about office buildings? We see that all the companies are starting to implement work from home strategy, and the office buildings are struggling. Number of tenants are reduced, so we don't believe that investors will focus on office building only if it's a really good location, good building, and maybe investor will do something else either than offices there. So just if it's a building itself and location, not the nice location for the office. For logistics, of course, yes, it's a good alternative. If talking about hospitality and logistics, yes, logistics is a good alternative. However, it's another type of investors, those who invest in logistics and the shipment business. This is just another asset. So I don't see the situation when a lot of investors focused on hospitality sector started immediately to look into logistics. Healthcare and hospitals, that's an interesting segment which started to appear on real estate market. Before lockdown, before COVID, I have never seen so much both sellers and buyers interested in hospitals, in healthcare centers. So everything related to healthcare is demanded. So, and you see that if you are following the trade, the stock exchange market, you see that companies related to healthcare industry, innovations, also established companies, well-known companies in healthcare industry are actively in M&A market. So you see that it's demanded, right? The same in real estate sector. So when we are talking about hospital, especially well-known hospital, well-located hospital, buildings suitable to make a hospital, this is something interesting. And even we started to receive some offers from the owners to sell these properties, and sometimes we offer it to our investors. So if you do interested in hospitals, please drop me an email. I will show you what we have. And especially in UK, some interesting cases, and in France, also in Spain, in Germany, these are the markets of demand. So investors previously who were focused on hospitality real estate now started to look at the hospitals and the healthcare industry. So when we are talking about alternative, that's what I can name. Also, some I see that some scenarios where in countries where hotels were actually prohibited to work at all, and they couldn't earn any euro during this time as a hotel, they started to work as an alternative. They started to do actually some hospitals. They started to rent out these rooms for diplomats. So alternative way of usage of that real estate. So what we see is that, for example, sometimes you may have a hotel, but you may use it differently, not as a hotel. So some managers are creative to get profit actually from there, even the hotel is closed, and it's a very, very wise decision. Also, if talking about an alternative to hospitality real estate, banks, good alternative, because all the investment world is talking that maybe in the nearest time currencies and banks and financials, some movements, some improvements, some changes are going to happen in this sphere, and we are feeling this also right away. So we see that these markets are moving, and that's why some owners of banks are selling their banks now, and there are some interesting offers for the banks which were never for sale and which are actually high-yielded banks, well-known. So it's an interesting segment as well, and we definitely can discuss it. I am not ready to say that we have a lot of offers, but we do really have good selection in some countries, which we can talk about. So if you're looking for an alternative investment and interested in banks, you can also drop us an email and we will discuss that. Also, what I want to say that sometimes it's the same owners are selling huge groups and also ultra high net worth individuals or investment funds selling hotels. They also own banks and they also own other properties, so it's easy to get access to these assets as well. But that's maybe the most common alternatives which I see. I see that cryptocurrency market is very active, but we are just not into it. I may name it as an alternative, and if you're a professional in this and know what to do, I have partners which I can introduce you to, but we are not doing this market. I see that a lot of deals are happening with the cryptocurrency, and maybe it will be a next level, next stage as an alternative to real estate. Real estate was always, because we are working for like maybe 8 years already with this segment, it was always a safe haven. So those invested in real estate were seeking for safety, for something real. And nowadays, with the lockdown and with the pandemic, people still looking for safety, and safety became a trade, something to trade, because when you trade an asset and say that it's a safe investment, this money will be in safety, this is something which sells. That's why I see that a lot of requests are coming for safe havens in Europe, and we are now collecting a nice portfolio of hotels available in these safe havens in Switzerland, in Germany, in Austria, in UK. France as a market was always demanded and interesting, because France is one of the, especially in hospitality real estate, it's a popular tourist market, and good numbers of RevPAR, occupancy rates, good numbers of yield. Of course, depending on the market segment, if you take Paris 5 stars, do not look for yield higher than 1 or 2% for huge hotels. However, it's just another market segment, it's a trophy. By the way, regarding the trophy as a very different market segment, if ultra high net worth individuals are buying trophy assets, nowadays it's an availability to buy trophy for the lowest price ever. It's not, nowadays like today, this situation is lasting for last maybe year already, yes, actually a year, when we see that a lot of trophy assets and very well-known branded hotels are under liquidation process because of their financial hardship. Banks are taking these assets for debts, and there is a possibility to buy these assets with the lowest price ever, just covering bank debts. And sometimes we see that, for example, the hotel was 100 million, now it's for 60 million available, and also a lot of opportunities for financing. So it's a very interesting times, pandemic times, when you can buy something which was never for sale and for the price which is the lowest ever. So it's a good time to make money. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Okay, I will take a look at the questions you put, maybe because we have some couple of minutes before my speech will last. I see the question from Fiona Kamitu. Are properties that have historic or cultural value put up for sale in the European Union? Are there any special requirements for buyers from overseas? Good questions, Fiona, thank you so much. So yes, we do have a couple of, if talking about hotels, right, hospitality real estate, we do have some hotels where walls sometimes walls belong to the government even, and you have just a long lease. You rent this building, but you do not own it. The government like country owns this building, and it's the owner should be very careful with refurbishment, with redevelopment, with changing the facade. So it's a very, you know, complicated asset to manage. Of course, it's very attractive because in most cases this asset is located in the very center of the city. This is a very best location. It's a very well-known place, so it's a very attractive. And yes, actually these properties are available, and they are for sale. Sometimes with a freehold. For those who doesn't know, I will just give you a short information that a freehold, it's when you actually own the land under the property, and the leasehold is when you rent this land. This land doesn't belong to you. So for example, in most cases in London you will only find the leasehold, and when you find the freehold opportunity, it's a great asset, so all the investors actually want freehold, but it's very rare. In Paris, sometimes you do have leasehold, freehold, but it's in most common cases you get freehold. In such countries as, for example, Portugal or Spain, everything, in most cases you have freehold, so it's not an issue. So depending from country to country and from the building to building. And are there any special requirements for buyers from overseas? So the procedure looks the following, actually. You can buy this asset. Yes, you can buy it. Maybe you will have to go through some due diligence. In any case, if with any property, you will have to go for some due diligence, especially with big sums of investments. You will have to provide proof of funds, and at a certain stage, maybe a source of funds. Also, you will have to go through a legal procedure of acquiring this asset. You will definitely have to hire a local lawyer. For example, if you're buying something in Paris and you are from India, you will definitely have to hire a lawyer from Paris who is familiar with the procedure definitely in France, and who will guide you through this procedure, who will advise you. There is no problems now to transfer money, to invest, to actually to make this, to sign this property on you. It's just procedure which you have to follow. Nothing super strange, just the same as usual. In some cases, I heard about that. I believe maybe you're asking about that. That, for example, in some cases, if it's a historical pearl, it's a national trophy, something very important for the nation, maybe it will not be put up for sale. So it will be prohibited to sell it. But in this case, it will not be available not only to foreigners, but to locals as well. So it will be just not for sale in this case. Thank you for the question. And the next question is from Isvandi Vijaya. Do you also deal with equity investments or razor focus on real estate and businesses? Yes, we do deal with equity investments, and we do deal with businesses. And in real estate, we are more focused on hospitality real estate and maybe mixed-use developments. But we have different kind of properties. And how we work, we actually in most cases we are a buyer mandate. We discuss with the buyer what kind of assets he's looking for, what kind of deals he's looking for, and we search on his request. We are contacting owners and make these negotiations happen. And in some cases our clients who already own real estate, hotels or banks or residential real estate or businesses they want to sell, they just approach us and ask, will you help us to sell? And we, of course, we definitely help them to sell these properties. And sometimes the properties they are selling are really a pearl, because it was never for sale, it was never offered to anyone, and we are very pleased to offer this on off-market basis to our clients. So I know that today in the audience we have professional investors who know what I'm talking about. For some, excuse me if I'm talking some very things which you already know, I just want everyone to understand that when we are talking about off-market, we are talking about properties which are not for sale and not available to anyone. So it's not available like online on some websites, on some listings, and it's only voice of mouth. So it's only we are talking to our buyer, and then buyer is saying yes, I'm interested, and we are pairing it with the seller. So it's all not visible to anyone. So you only have to find companies like ours and discuss what kind of assets they are working with. So it's all quite sales, and sometimes you see the beautiful, very well-known hotel in London or in Paris, and you don't know that this hotel is changing hands 2 times a year or every year because the owner is new and no one knows about it. The hotel operates as usual, but the owner is different. That's what companies like us are doing. And also we help to find something very interesting, and sometimes this property is not for sale, but on request of our buyer we go to the owner, we talk to the owner, and we convince him to sell and to discuss it with our buyer. And equity investments, yes, this is something sometimes we are working for. It's not our like main focus, but we can discuss. We'll be happy to talk to you. Maybe you can drop me an email. You may see my contacts on the screen, and my team will definitely contact you and discuss what we can do together. I see that my time is limited. Of course, I'd love to talk to you more. And if you still have some questions, please drop me an email, let's talk. Before I will disclose any hotel name or asset name, I will ask you to sign NDA. Be prepared for that, but I'm sure you are familiar with that and it will not be a problem. And now we are moving for our next speaker, and I will ask my team to check if our next speaker is ready. I see that our next speaker is ready, and I'm very pleased to announce and welcome to this virtual stage Georghiou, Senior Partner of Feod Group. And George will talk to us about Cyprus 2021, new investment trends and immigration opportunities. Hello, George, do you hear us?
Hello, how are you?
Thank you, we do hear you well. And George, this virtual stage is fully yours for the next 30 minutes. I would like to ask all our attendees to start asking questions in the chat. George will answer them right after his speech.
Well, first of all, I'd like to commend you on your speech. That was very articulate and informative. Now, allow me, audience, to introduce myself. As Kseniya just said, my name is Georghiou. Qualified as a solicitor in London, and since 2005 I've been a senior partner of your group. I believe that it's essential to discuss and inform you of the exciting trends in Cyprus for this year. Let me tell you about Feod Group. We were established in 1992 and today offers immigration, business and real estate investment opportunities globally. We have partners throughout Europe, Asia and the USA. At Feod Group, we have offices in Cyprus, London, the USA, and of course, Ukraine. Now, we can provide our services are visible from this particular slide. Now, Cyprus is a strategic location, has long established itself as a thriving business hub with a vast array of investment opportunities in key growth sectors of the economy. The island's ideal strategic location, advanced infrastructure, and high quality of life do not only represent key reasons to relocate and live on the island, but also at the heart of an investor's choice to invest in Cyprus. The island is an ideal investment gateway to the European Union, as a portal for investment outside the European Union, particularly into the Middle East, India, and China. As a member of the wider European Union and Eurozone community, Cyprus ensures safety and stability for investors while offering them market access to more than 500 million European Union citizens. The local infrastructure is ideally suited for business people who need to get things done. Thanks to its modern road network, extensive port facilities and 2 new international airports, travel and transport in and beyond Cyprus is fast, efficient and cost-effective. Now, dealing with the economic overview, the figures on this particular slide were collected from official sources and surveys. Now, notwithstanding the global effects on the economies, now is the time to consider investment when property markets have suffered to a certain extent adversely. Despite the pandemic, Cyprus remains an attractive investment destination. Cyprus, being strategically placed between Western Europe and the East, attracts many foreign investors looking for a safe financial hub and the possibility of acquiring residency. The benefits are the eventual increase in property value, as well as the ability to operate business throughout Europe. In addition, the education of children is excellent, as the education system is based on the English system. I wish now to show you on the following slides the various opportunities available exclusive to us at Feod Group to offer potential serious investors, together with the key benefits. Now, the key benefits. Investors in general feel that the following benefits of Cyprus are of paramount importance in their selection of Cyprus as an attractive investment destination. Now, Cyprus' tax system offers an attractive and transparent tax regime, fully compliant with the European Union and OECD and international laws and regulations, providing access to an extensive network, more than 60 double tax treaties, and maintaining a corporate tax rate of 12.5%, one of the lowest in the European Union. Cyprus offers international investors and domestic business confidence to invest, grow and prosper. Some of the main features of the Cyprus tax system include zero tax on dividends, exemption on disposal of securities, for example, shares, bonds, debentures, no withholding taxes, no succession taxes, and no capital gains tax, except, of course, for disposal of real estate in Cyprus or shares of a company holding real estate in Cyprus, to the extent gains are attributable to real estate holdings. Attractive intellectual property regime and tonnage tax for shipping companies. Now, the legal framework, Cyprus' legal system is based on English common law principles, is widely recognised as a business-friendly and effective system that ensures transparency and reliability in business practices, offering foreign businesses a familiar and reliable framework within which to operate. Cyprus' legal system is fully compliant with the EU and regulations and EU anti-money laundering directives. Now, access to talent, youngest population and workforce in the whole of the European Union. In fact, 55% of which have professional degrees. Now, Cyprus also, believe it or not, speak English. And due to the established British educational institutions throughout Cyprus, university and colleges which provide a wide range of vocational programs. Cyprus residents and citizens use the opportunities improving their skills and qualifications. We're proud that there's a high quality of life, and according to established investors, quality of life tops the list of strengths, closely followed by telecommunication, infrastructure, and stable political social environment. Major developments, as you'll observe from the following 3 slides, together with strong cooperation with various countries, are involved in major development in the energy sector in both oil and gas, which strengthens the appeal of Cyprus as an investment location. Excuse me. In addition, 1.2 billion euros have been agreed in developing a 1,000 berth marina and port in Larnaca, together with the development of a high-rise building, shopping areas, residences and recreational venues. Now, our investment opportunities. Now, allow me to inform you of the exciting new investment projects that have become available this year. It is said that Larnaca will resemble the likes of Cannes or Nice in the very near future due to investors from abroad who recognise the long-term financial gains. After real estate, there is a growing interest in the field of hospitality, such as branded hotels and service apartments, offering a fixed-term guaranteed rental return, as well as Vegas-style casinos. In addition, with regard to education, Cyprus, as a result of Brexit, is attracting students from around the world, including the UK, and due to the British standard of education offered by its universities at much lower costs, requires accommodation for students, such as halls of residence. Now, last but not least, healthcare is very much in most people's minds. Therefore, the healthcare sector, particularly private hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, are an attractive investment. Now, I'll draw your attention to a 5-star Radisson Beach resort. Completion September of this year. Now, the project consists of 202 newly built and fully refurbished rooms, including standard rooms, superior rooms, junior rooms, pool garden rooms, and garden view rooms, all modern, elegantly designed. This resort is directly located on a spectacular award-winning blue flag sandy beach in the heart of the Larnaca tourist area. The beach resort is based on renovation of an existing hotel, which was operating for the past 30 years and for the last 5 years was operating an average of 92% occupancy throughout the year. Now, investments in preferable convertible shares and redeemable shares with guaranteed rental return. Now we'll come to executive residence by Best Whirling Service Hotel Apartments, completion December of this year. It is ideally located on the waterfront area of Larnaca behind the port, the marina and blue flag beaches. The vibrant city centre and landmark locations are within a few minutes walk. The design and orientation of the building offers residents and visitors panoramic sea and city views. So therefore, ideal stay for leisure and business travellers alike, restaurant and bars, and there's a rooftop swimming pool. Agreement with the Best Western to fully manage and operate the hotel by licensed operators. Residential service apartments developed, but it operates as a hotel, and a return of 4% for 3 years. The initial asking price is €4,000 per square metre. However, this is negotiable. Now we come to Executive Residence by Best Western Service Hotel Apartments, completed in 2019 and fully sold during an even construction period. I included this property as a bright example of attractiveness of investment to branded service apartments. Moving on, Blue Sky Exclusive Collection Villas, completion March this year. Now, a recent survey from Financial Express states that 86.8% of the respondents prefer to live in an independent home or villa. The COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent lockdown considerably altered our lifestyles. The work from home trend has brought in radically drifting demands. Home buyers are now willing to move a little away from the city centre to own properties that fit their needs. A property in the peripheries with excellent connectivity ensures a cleaner, healthier lifestyle, as well as a much needed space to offer villas with private gardens. This project I selected based on demands of our clients to choose a gated project with small amount of villas, in fact 16 units, and the sizes vary from 478 square metres to 485 square metres. The price per square metre starts at around €2,000. Now the key advantages: one is luxury living, ideal for a holiday home or if you want to stay permanently, and there's a 270-degree sea view. Smart home system, beachfront location, walking distance to Blue Flag Beach between Larnaca and Limassol, easy access to both cities. Now, commercial property investment to business centres, despite the effects of the COVID pandemic and lockdowns. Cyprus service offices have increased in demand more so than the majority of most other European countries due to the advantageous tax benefits and substance for Cyprus company requirements. The benefit of obtaining residency in Cyprus through business setup allows non-EU citizens access to European standard healthcare, education, and a safe business environment. Now, with the growth of demand from the EU and non-EU students coming to study in British University in Cyprus at lower costs as a result of Brexit, investing in student property presently is on the rise according to statistics. from universities and developers. Now, we at Feod Group cooperate with major developers building student accommodation and residential apartments for British universities and colleges on the island. The properties are on high demand by individual investors and companies seeking for a high yield and a rental guarantee for 5 years minimum. The project's residential campuses are usually sold during the construction period, and we have availability on the second project with delivery in December of this year. There are 147 units, and the prices range from 3,000 per square metre. Now, this project features and the characteristics are consisting studio, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, consists 6 independent residential buildings, gated project with security, underground level and adequate car parking space, a pool, open gym area, table tennis, sports facilities, bicycle lanes with bike stands, very handy. Now, investment in the private hospital, we note that various groups of investors, including foreign ones, have turned their interest towards health-related investments in Cyprus, having introduced a new health system recently, which allows foreigners legally residing in Cyprus to access the Cyprus health system, equivalent to those of Cypriots. We have had the opportunity to visit a couple of operating rehabilitation centres, which are mainly foreign-owned and directly connected with local and foreign hospitals. These establishments are more like 5-star hotel operations and offer an approximate return of 10%. Dealing with permanent residents in the EU, there are several ways in obtaining residency rights in Cyprus for investors: for establishing your own Cypriot company, for opening a daughter branch of your overseas company in Cyprus, obtaining permanent residency for investing to a Cyprus property, minimum of €100,000. There's a fast-track permanent unlimited residency through investing €300,000 to newly built properties. The majority of our clients select the fast-track option as the investor can bring the whole family, including parents and the in-laws, if they wish. The main requirements of the fast-track option: the physical presence of the applicant and of his family member is not required during submission of the application, and the time frame for the issuance of permanent resident immigration permits is approximately 2 months. A bank deposit of €30,000 in a Cypriot bank blocked for at least 3 years is necessary. The investor, together with his or her spouse, should prove they have at their disposal a secure annual income from abroad of at least €30,000, increased by €5,000 for every dependent person. The couple must prove additional income of at least €8,000 for each parent. Now, property must be purchased in Cyprus, and the purchase price must be at least €300,000, not including VAT, and at least €200,000, not including VAT, should be settled prior to submitting the application, or a couple may purchase up to 2 residential properties, or a residential property and a shop of up to 100 square metres, or again, a residential property and an office up to 250 square metres. The investor and his or her spouse must submit a confirmation of a clean criminal record from their country of origin. The investor and his spouse shall confirm that they do not intend to be employed in Cyprus in any direct or indirect manner. The investor and his family included in the immigration permit must visit Cyprus at least once within 1 year, from the day of approval of the application, subsequently at least every 2 years. Unlimited Cyprus permanent residency permit is a unique route allowing the whole family of parents, children up to 25 years of age and grandparents to receive a right to permanently reside in an EU country simply by investing €300,000. In conclusion, I would like very much to thank this audience for your attention and look forward to addressing any questions you may have. Thank you very much. Well, there's no one going to contact me.
Thank you so much, George, for interesting and wonderful speech. It was very informative. We do have questions to you.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks
so
for the opportunity.
We do have some questions. First question is from Igor Rimarenko. Do civil unions qualify for the CIP?
Civil union. I don't see any reason why not. Civil unions are accepted in Cyprus once they're registered in court, much the same as a married couple.
Okay, thank you.
Next question, please.
From Afis Anekve. As naturalized citizen of Cyprus, will I be allowed to run a business in Greece or elsewhere in Europe?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. We don't have more questions so far. I would like to ask our attendees to put more questions if you do have some more questions. And George, may I ask you, because it's a very common question, as we still have like 10 minutes before of your time of your speech.
The expiry of my time.
Yes. For example, if compare Cyprus with other countries, if a person is choosing Cyprus and other countries and between Cyprus and different immigration programs, what are like the main points why to choose Cyprus? What do you think?
Well, first of all, as I mentioned earlier, you've got access to all of Europe. You've got the tax benefits, which are very attractive. And most people now are trying to sort of not avoid taxes, but save as much in payment of taxes. People are interested in a good health system and good education for their children. Yes, you've got the climate there, excellent climate, and it compares favorably to other, eastern or southeastern Mediterranean countries. There are many attractive other countries, of course, like Portugal, Spain, Gibraltar. However, Cyprus has its own uniqueness. Unless one's been there to experience it. For example, as a child, I remember going to the mountains there on holiday, skiing in the morning, and in the afternoon, sunbathing on the beach. That's unique. Now, for immigration, since the disposal of the what was called passport investment back in November of last year, the island has now sort of encouraged investment by reducing the threshold of purchase price to 300,000, whereupon before we were talking around 2 to 2.5 million euros. So it's attracting more investors now, and the returns are quite respectable. Any further questions?
Okay, thank you so much. And because our attendees are constantly asking about Cyprus and Greece, these countries they feel that they are familiar, that they are similar maybe, and they are choosing between Cyprus and Greece. And Greece program now became more and more popular. If they are now in the process of choosing actually between Cyprus and Greece, what do you recommend? What to pay attention to?
Well, look, I have a vested interest in Cyprus, personally. Greece is also attractive, but we have to realise that Greece is one country and Cyprus is another country. We might speak the same language, but two separate entities, but we have very strong bonds, obviously. We, of course, have the same Orthodox religion. There are many places in Greece that I would recommend, beautiful islands, but you've got it all in one island in Cyprus. You've got the antiquities, you've got the history there, you've got the beautiful mountains and pine forests, natural waterfalls, lakes. You've got this in Greece as well. It's a matter of, personal choice. Try both.
Thank you. Someone is asking, you have passport, Panagiotis Economopoulos, you have passport, but Panagiotis, we don't understand your question. What do you mean you have passport? Please specify, because we need to understand what do you mean. Okay, George, you still have like 5 minutes. If there is something to add to your presentation, if you still have something to highlight, you may move on. If not, we will wait for a further question and then move to the next presentation.
Well, if there are any further questions, I'm more than happy to respond. But the previous caller inquiry, I didn't fully understand that. Something about a passport. What was the question?
Okay, I guess this person will ask later because he's not online, so we do not see the.
Right, okay, not to worry.
Yes. They are talking between each other that they have passport or not. It's a question between attendee and attendee, so it's not to the speaker. That's fine. People talking
okay, fine.
In the chat. Yes. Okay. Then George, I would like to thank you for this presentation, for this information.
My pleasure.
Very professional, very up to date, very interesting. I'm sure all our attendees enjoyed your speech today, and we are very pleased to have you as our speaker.
I enjoyed your speech as well, by the way. Very, very professional.
Thank you. So, wishing you a very nice day.
And you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, I will ask my team to check if our next speaker is ready. Yes, I see that he is ready. I would like to announce Nikita Kabanovs, Director of Global Green Pass, and Nikita will address a topic, immigration to Singapore through investment funds for high net worth individuals. It's a very interesting and demanded topic because Singapore is a new destination for us. I believe a lot of clients are waiting for it. So Nikita, this virtual stage is fully yours for the next 30 minutes. Please just checking if you hear us well. Yes?
I do hear you very well. Let's check that before I start that you can hear me very well.
Great. So I would like to ask all our attendees to put your questions in the chat. Nikita will definitely answer them after his speech. And Nikita, you may start your presentation and speech.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. And good morning or good day or, well, good evening, depending on where you are, to those who are listening. I can see my presentation slides ahead, so I'd ask the presenter, the controller, to move to slide 1 for me to kick off. Thank you. Well, today's just to give you a little bit of a background about the Global Green Path. Essentially, what we're offering to our clients is family office services, which means that we take care of the questions around, their inheritance, asset protection, and almost always one of the questions that come into their mind is about moving one or the whole family abroad. Now, when that happens, very often you need to think about, do you want to move yourself physically? Do you want to move your assets with you? And what does it mean for your tax implications? So this is usually the questions that we think about. We try to address the issues that some of our clients face. And we work with a number of programs across the world, and we try to see which ones fit the best. And today we'll speak on the 2 topics. The first one today will be Singapore, that I'm going to start now, just in a moment. And the second one will be Portugal, which we'll speak a bit later. So starting with Singapore, I'll appreciate if you drop as many questions as you want, and we'll try to address them. Today, we will speak about the Singapore as a jurisdiction, and I'll try to address the question starting with, is this a good place to place your assets? Then we'll move on to, is it a good place to move yourself or your family? Then we'll already try to address the question of, well, how do you actually move it? What's workable, what's not workable? And to make it more interactive, I'll present 2 cases, which will be about one family from Eastern Europe that are one of our clients, and a family from Asia. I hope some of the challenges that they've been facing, and so the solutions that we came up with, it together with an immigration, will resonate well with you and foster an interesting conversation later. And of course, we'll wrap it up with timelines for making investment decisions and immigration decisions. How long can it take? What can be done remotely? A bit of a sneak peek or a spoiler, pretty much everything can be done remotely, but we'll go into detail just in a moment. So speaking of Singapore as a jurisdiction, it is worth to give a little bit of a basic background on the country. But before that, I'll just state slide 3, which is a third, but actually number 1 for our compliance officers, which is essentially saying that, in short, the information that we'll discuss today is of a general manner. So if you decide using this general information to go ahead and do something yourself and you won't like the result, don't complain to us. If you do want our advice, then please, after the presentation, come to us and we will actually review your individual situation and actually address the questions that you have specifically to you. So moving on to Singapore as a jurisdiction, I think that we'll start with basics. For those who don't know, it's a small country based in Southeast Asia. Within 4 hours, you can flight time, you can pretty much reach 3 billion population, I think, in the world, pretty much half. So most of China, most of India, definitely whole Southeast Asia, perhaps some of those countries to travel to for tourism. The GDP of the country is 380 billion. Putting it in perspective, within the world, it's one of the highest GDP per capita. The population is 5.7 million. An interesting fun fact is that about 200,000 of people are considered to be, in dollar terms, millionaires. Official language is English. Technically, there are actually 4 languages which are being used in Singapore, but English is the predominant one. Other ones are like Chinese Mandarin and Tamil, which might be relevant for some of the residents of India. And it's also using Malay here. Speaking of the country as a place to invest and place your assets in, let's have a look at a few highlights. It's AAA rated from both S&P and Moody's. Not many countries can actually compete with that. Well, Germany is there, but even USA lost that rating a couple of years ago. It has second place in global ease of doing business. Very important, I think, for many of those who are listening us is that there is no tax on global income. The country is actually tries to hold a political neutrality. And when I say political neutrality, this is being achieved thanks to the fact that the country is not dependent on a single trade partner. So even though China and India are nearby, they each individually represent roughly 20% of the international export-import business, whereas still US and UK and then neighboring countries are also very relevant. And the country continuously tries to establish new relationships with Russia, Kazakhstan, Middle East, Africa, and also Latin America. So actually, it's quite diverse. The country is known for having some of the best education systems in the world. So that was confirmed most recently, published OECD's research called PISA or PISA. And the city itself is actually being rated as top 5 in the rating in the world as a place for wealthy families to live in. I think it's also relevant to mention that it's also top 5 in the world, and according to the number of restaurants with Michelin stars in the city. So it is a strong economy, quite diverse. It provides good political and social stability, and it's also a great and fun place to be. So moving on to why would then individuals looking at all those components specifically look for permanent residence, let's look at what it actually gives you. And permanent residence in Singapore It allows you, as many would expect, but just to confirm, that you can stay without any special visa for life in Singapore. You can live, you can work, you can start your business, bring your family, enjoy your time here, enjoy the best in class education, some of the best healthcare in the world. For instance, before COVID-19, about 500,000 people traveled to Singapore exclusively to get certain medical treatment. That could be a surgery in relation to the knees, it could be some more advanced technologies that are not being used in other countries in relation to cancer treatments, etc. And yeah, having a permanent residence, you can be next to some of your liquid assets that you moved to Singapore in a safe haven. You can enjoy 0% tax on your global income. And apart from that, you don't also need to pay any tax on your capital gains or inheritance or gifts. So essentially, those who live and reside in Singapore, the only part of the income that they need to actually pay tax on is an employment income, and even that, by international standards, is pretty low. There is a scale, but essentially most of the people would pay 10% or low on their employment income. Now, and the question is, how do we actually get here? Well, Singapore historically had a program called GIP, or Global Investor Program. That program is available only for those individuals who, for example, want to set up a family office with an assets under management more than $150 million, which is quite a sizable amount, and probably most of the people listening today to this presentation will not be able to actually meet those requirements. They're pretty high. The other option was to set up a business or become an employee of the company. Again, this is not something available for many of you. If you're running a business, that's simply not on your table. So is there a middle ground? And the answer is yes. There is that golden middle, which is an investment fund where you will accumulate assets of yourself individually or of your family. So essentially what we present here is a simple structure where you would have two companies. One is an investment fund that essentially is just holding the assets, and the other one is a management company which formally manages those assets in the investment fund. Basically, the structure is that the company is set up an investment fund as a standalone legal entity, which already provides you the benefit of certain limited liability on a corporate level. The structure also allows a pooling of resources of one family. And what I mean by that is, even if you are the only, let's say, shareholder, number of distant relatives, might not be even relatives, but informally accepting each other as a partner, civil marriages, etc., they all could contribute under this fund, which essentially allows to pool their assets in this environment. The structure itself allows you to make investments globally. So whilst you can place all your assets in Singapore and invest in the Singapore environment, be it commercial real estate, be it international portfolios of shares through a local bank or brokerage account, but it also allows you to actually include any international assets. Let's say right now you personally own certain assets that are held like an industrial company, right? Some operations, or perhaps certain residential assets like a house or an apartment or several of them. This all can be basically pooled under the fund. And the interest of this structure is that through a special exemption, all kind of dividends, interests, any kind of rental income from the designated investments under this fund structure in Singapore, they will not be taxed on an investment fund level. And once you pay out from that investment fund up into, well, your personal account, then again, there is no tax on it. So it's a pretty attractive structure from a tax perspective. Now, what is really important, I'm getting to the point, is the structure also allows more than one family members to move to Singapore. So they can physically reside here. And in addition to that, if they choose to, also change their tax residency. Can be also only change tax residency but still live between two countries. We can discuss it a little bit more in detail later. Now the question might be, what are those requirements for this structure? The requirements for such structure are slightly, on the first account, might seem to be a little bit higher. The investment of liquid capital, it's not prescribed, and liquid capital, I mean transferable assets, movable assets, on a balance seems to be US dollar 2 million. This is just a recommended amount. We have clients who placed less. And what's important is that under the structure, you can place essentially all kind of assets which you might already be holding, but simply you need to transfer it under the umbrella of the fund. Now, the second requirement is obviously willingness to provide the necessary documents, such as what's your citizenship, what's your economic activity, what's your source of funds. That's pretty standard and normal questions you would be asked by your bank, for instance. And final is, of course, if you are actually looking to get your permanent residence to stay in Singapore, you also need to, well, the expectation is that you will actually use that opportunity and you will periodically at least come to the country and stay here. It will not, it is important for it. Now, this is was a little bit of a theory, and what I want to do is to go into a few cases, right? So now what you see is, okay, you have a structure, but how does it help in my case? Well, let's look at the case number one. We had a family from Eastern Europe. Essentially, it's a pretty big family. We had a patriarch who is in his 60s. He's still pretty, energetic gentleman who still wants to manage his business, but at the same time, he has 4 children in their 30s and 40s, and already has 3 grandchildren who are their school age. Now, that's all nice and fine, but they have a few considerations here. First, most of their wealth was generated from a single industrial asset, which they still own, and their liquid assets are limited to 10 million, spread in fact across several families. And their real concern is that the environment in the country is pretty unstable, socially, politically, economically, and they are afraid that there will be lawful or unlawful claims or some kind of raids to attack their asset to try to claw it from them. And so they fear that basically most of their lifetime work, as well as most of the income generating source of the income, is going to be lost or somehow negatively affected. So that is the concern. And then with that, they also have a goal as a result of it. Goal number one is to hide or conceal the asset ownership, but the actual purpose is to ensure that the assets can be passed on to their children or grandchildren. At the same time, we found that they had another reason and another goal. They wanted to provide their grandchildren with some future opportunities, and they wanted to achieve that by moving them in a country with a good education and a safe environment. And initially, they were focused on UK. Well, eventually they did change their opinion because of the structure that we came up with. What we did is we set up the fund structure in Singapore with a specific exemption. Under this umbrella of the fund, we did pool about 5 million of liquid assets. In fact, from different parties, from 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and a patriarch himself, we pulled a few of the assets, about 5 million, to place in a private banking account here in Singapore. Now, the next thing that we did, we transferred the shares of their industrial asset that they held personally under the umbrella of the fund as well. This also, thanks to an exemption, meant that any dividends or income from the assets, at least within the Singapore investment fund, and then being paid as a dividend, were not charged. There was no income or capital gains tax. So why did we do all this structure? Essentially, what it allowed is we placed a wife of the oldest son as a formal appointed manager of the management company. That allowed her to move to Singapore and spend here most of the time. She used that as well to change her tax residency to Singapore. That ensured a little bit of an extra protection from any kind of claims from the tax authorities in their home country. And they'd taken their oldest grandson, who was at that time 12 years old, to join an international school in Singapore. So you see, we set up, seems to be initially a fund structure, but in fact, we targeted a few elements of it, and we found a way to actually address both the immigration part and the asset protection part. Finally, in order to address the ownership, which they stated as the main concern, and also the commingling of the assets, because several people suddenly contribute in one fund, but yet they have only one now ultimate shareholder, we have done the following. We were able to remove the data from the public company register in Singapore, this way protecting from some unknown third parties trying to figure out who is the asset owner. And in addition to that, we have signed up a trust deed between the daughter-in-law and the rest of the family members. That essentially ensured that when one brother contributed 2 million and the patriarch contributed his 1 million plus the shares in a listed company, it was all held in trust by this one individual. So essentially, yeah, this was one of the solutions, and it proven actually to be cheaper than, for example, setting up a trust. The trust deed was a little bit of a more neat and more cost-effective way to do it. Yep, so that's case number 1. I'll move on to case number 2 very quickly. Case number 2 is a little bit easier. It's a family in Asia. They had an interesting family situation, though. He has 3 daughters with his wife and was dreaming of actually having a son. So he actually has a son with his girlfriend. Won't comment on the situation, it's a bit complex, but the issue on hand was that what he was trying to achieve is to pass on some decent amount of assets to his girlfriend and his son, because he wanted his son to get good education, perhaps in future also pass on at least part of the business to him. Now, concern was that all his family and his unofficial family are living within the same country, in fact, even within the same city. So transferring assets, significant assets to his girlfriend, might create some conflict in his official family, because the lifestyle of hers is going to immediately change. So that's where, again, we used a structure in Singapore to address the immigration, but also the family challenge. Basically, we've set up a fund. It was a large fund with 40 million of liquid assets. So in this case, it was pretty sizable. Again, it was tax efficient because there was no tax on investment fund level, and also on the level of paying out to the dividends to the shareholders. And then what we did is we have structured this fund in such a way that Patriarch owns 25% of the whole structure, and his girlfriend 75%. That maintained certain control in Patriarch's hands in terms of where the assets are being used, how they're being used, are they actually being used in order to provide a good education and lifestyle for his son, which is actually his main target. Now, in terms of immigration, because both shareholders were formally appointed as managers of this company structure, the girlfriend was able to move to Singapore. The son was able to pursue his education here at the international school. But the patriarch, although he had no plan initially to move permanently here, he also got an opportunity to travel to Singapore without applying for the travel business visa or some kind of travel visa, which is pretty convenient already. Plus, he created that backup plan for any unforeseeable events in future. He is able to move himself and also then pull his family with him into Singapore, which is kind of a neutral territory from his perspective. What's important at the very end, the conflict in the family that would have arisen was also avoided. So that's pretty much the structure that we set up in our case. The structure is quite flexible as well. In this instance, it still allows, for example, to add holding company under the trust or foundation, if that is what they will hold in the future. So yeah, there are a few modifications to this. It really depends on the individual situation, but I hope these two cases may have created certain parallels with your life situation. So moving on, and before going to answer some of your questions, I'm going to touch upon the registration process. I think it's a very touchy point right now, whether you can do it all remotely and how is it actually being done. So the way we approach it is we design the structure of the fund, which is suitable to you for your particular case. Only after that, we start collecting all the information, getting various exemptions, provide business plans, company registration, etc. Following that, you actually are able to get your visa or so-called employment pass, which allows you to already reside in Singapore as a prelude to permanent residence. Also open a bank account here in Singapore. And all of this takes roughly 3 to 9 months to set up and structure. And what's important, I think, right now, even COVID-19 situation, is that it's all possible to do remotely. I think rather than going further into details, I would prefer to move to have some interesting conversation with listeners and address some of their questions.
Thank you so much, Nikita, for an interesting presentation. So the first question we have from Michael Ince. If I move to Singapore with my children, are they eligible for the EduSafe scheme?
For EduSafe scheme, whether they will be eligible?
Maybe education, EduSafe, maybe something related to education.
Yeah, I think I would need to check with my education consultant. A very good question. Okay. I would suggest you if you can drop me an email following this presentation, and then we'll see how to best respond to that.
Yes, Michael, I would like to pay your attention that the email you see on the screen, so just drop an email directly to Nikita to receive the answer. Next question from Omar Mohsen. Is there any nation-based quota for immigrants in Singapore?
Well, we don't like to use the word actually immigrants. I'll start with that, but no, there is no specific quota for any individual.
Thank you. Next question from Pui Chit Kwong. Comparing Singapore and neighboring Malaysia as a business immigrant destination, what are the advantages of Singapore?
I guess advantages of Singapore are that you can do your business in English. That's one. The level of red tape here is probably the least in the world. Technically, New Zealand, surprisingly, has hit actually #1 in the rating of ease of doing business, but Singapore is still being #2 consistently for the past few years. If you think about Singapore, if you're doing logistics business or a trading business, for example, this is a hub for that. It's one of the largest ports here, so it is much better to actually be based in Singapore. If you need to bring in an individual to work for you from abroad, if it's from Malaysia, that's not an issue. But also if it's someone from Europe or from China, you can also do it relatively simple comparing to doing it from, let's say, being based in Malaysia or being based in Indonesia. Just the processes and the laws are much more flexible. It is also a financial hub. So here you have probably about 68 banks which are present in Singapore. So whenever you need, for example, liquidity or personal banking services, it is certainly something you can easily get. I wouldn't think that Malaysia is even that close to those type of levels of what it is in Singapore. Otherwise, Malaysians would not come to Singapore themselves to actually set up branches and sister companies here.
Thank you so much.
If you have any, I would like to also highlight that the tax here is also quite attractive. 17% tax for corporates, with about, you are able to actually reduce it depending on an industry from 0 to 5 to 10%, depending on what your activity is. If you have a very specific question, then again, I encourage you to email me by email. Email me, and I will try to respond to you. We can set up either a call or see how we can respond to it by email.
Thank you. Is it worth considering Singapore as a like tax residency, not to change your residency or citizenship, but just to move as a tax resident, and also as a banking country to open a bank account for high-net-worth individuals? Because I know it's quite popular to have a bank account in Singapore, even if you are not linked your life is not linked to Singapore, but just for banking and for taxes. What do you think about it?
Yeah. My response to that is that it is indeed very attractive. In fact, let's take before COVID-19, when we still could travel, probably an average person who is actually based with a family in Singapore would spend about only 270 days in the country. It's a rather smaller country, but also with very good links. We have a lot of our clients who are now based, for example, in China, who are based in Russia, who are based in Kazakhstan, who are based in India. They come occasionally for business and personal reasons, because they might have a family, a child studying here, for example, for a year. So yeah, it's pretty commonly being used in this way. They only change their tax residency, obviously complying with those requirements, and using the banking system, which is well developed.
Mm-hmm. And regarding COVID-19 and lockdown situation, what do you think will the lockdown measures will be put at ease about travel restrictions and everything? What are your predictions for the next couple of months?
Is the question I would want to clarify, is the question specifically for Singapore? Is my view being asked globally or Asia? Because I think I would respond to that question then differently.
Yes, I mean in Singapore, only if you focus on Singapore.
Right. Well, from Singapore's perspective, I think the good thing is that they've been able to control COVID-19 spread pretty well. Vaccination is doing all right and is being accelerated. I think supplies are not an issue here in Singapore. So Singapore themselves are actually very actively trying to develop various green lanes. 2 months down the road is probably too soon to tell, because we are only reaching sort of a good weather condition and a bit of a now ramping up of the vaccination period. Generally, I would expect that core financial markets, those most in-demand destinations, we might see some links between Singapore, somewhere more in the second half of this year. Regional areas, especially traveling to mainland China, to Hong Kong, to Taiwan, Malaysia, this is perhaps something that we might see opening up within 2 to 3 months. I mean, the Davos event, which traditionally has been taking place in Switzerland, has been moved to Singapore this year, and it will take place in August. So I think this is also somewhat gives you an idea of what Singapore government is reasonably expecting to happen by August this year.
Do you think it's a sign that Singapore is becoming a more and more important and active player on the world scene, because it's a huge movement to conduct a World Economic Forum in Singapore?
Well, they try carefully at the same time. They play the neutral player or neutral territory game when Mr. Trump has decided to meet with North Korea's leader a couple of years ago. So they chose Singapore as the first destination to do that. So I think it tells something about the country. They've been always active and spending a lot of time in the offices in the White House and also in UK and Buckingham Palace. So I think, and also in Beijing. So I'm pretty sure Singapore will try to continue doing that and perhaps becoming a little bit more obvious on the political and economic global map going forward. At the same time, I'm quite confident that based on the information that comes from the government, that they will continue staying a very neutral party, and they will be very careful not to take anyone's side. At the end of the day, that's one of the reasons why a lot of high net worth individuals decide to move to Singapore or to move their assets here.
Thank you so much, Nikita, for your informative and interesting presentation. I would like to highlight that all the contacts are on the screen to all our attendees. You may see email, you may see the phone number and the website. Please contact Nikita directly for further questions regarding Singapore. And we are moving to our next topic. I will ask my team to change the topic on the screen for us.
Thank you. I'm going to stay with you a bit longer, another
Yes.
30 minutes.
Yes. Okay, so I'm pleased for those who has just joined us for specifically for Portugal. I would like to present our speaker Nikita Kabanovs, Director of Global Green Pass. And now Nikita will be telling us about immigration through investment to Portugal. Portugal is a very demanded, one of the most popular destinations in European Union, thankfully to its opportunities within Golden Visa and the great real estate market. So I'm sure that a lot of our attendees were waiting for this topic, and I will leave Nikita for the next 30 minutes with you to tell you more about Portugal. I also encourage you to start asking your questions right away through the whole presentation, and Nikita will be answering them all after his speech. So this virtual stage again is yours now for Portugal.
Thank you very much, and again, good morning or good day or good evening, depending on where you are. This presentation is going to touch upon Portugal and investment in real estate. We'll a little bit take it maybe non-traditional way, because I will not be talking individually only about investing in, let's say, a single real estate object. We'll try to look at it from a slightly different angle. Today's presentation will touch upon, again, same as with Singapore, trying to answer the question, is this actually a good country? Is this a good country to invest into, place your money? Is it safe? Is it safe for you personally and for your family? And then, of course, we'll touch upon Golden Visa program. I'll quickly recap what are the main terms. I will definitely discuss what are the recent changes that have been announced about months ago and how they may affect you. Then we'll go through a case study where we will look at the family of 4 and we'll try to answer a question. Should you actually buy an apartment or a house for yourself, or should you invest into a so-called real estate fund? Some call them closed-end fund, private equity fund, etc. We then will move on to the timelines for making your investment decision, in particular in the context of COVID-19 and recent changes. And finally, we will also actually touch upon the costs, because some of you might not be aware what are the other costs associated with getting Golden Visa in Portugal, apart from actually making the investment itself. So let's try to uncover those questions. Now, looking at Portugal, its credit rating is BBB, A3 from S&P and Moody's respectively. Not as great as Singapore, but it's still investment grade rating. It's still better than countries like Russia. It's a bit on par with India. It's better than Cyprus and Greece. So not bad for sure. I can even say a good place to perhaps place your money in. It is also politically rather stable, although it's being a democracy, so it's changing. And it is a safe country. Another attractive, I think, point is for those who consider to connect themselves with Portugal really in the long run, is that there is a rough about 10% or lower tax on global income, depending what income we're talking about for international investors, so-called non-habitual residency visa. And the cost of living in specifically Porto and Lisbon is much lower than in other cities in Europe. At the same time, you can enjoy quite comparable lifestyle, which probably underlines all of this with the fact that it's one of the top destinations for expatriates to move to Portugal, try to work out of there, especially if they remotely. And the country has few business schools which are quite well rated and included in the Financial Times European Business School ranking. So yeah, we think it's a good place. It's probably one of the best programs in Europe that you should consider. Now, to recap, the Golden Visa program in Portugal was developed to allow you to enter Portugal without any special visa for more than 5 years, thanks to the investment that you made. You can live there, you can work there, you can operate business out of Portugal. Again, you can bring your family with you. You can apply after 5 years for permanent residency and even for Portuguese citizenship. They do also support dual citizenship with a number of countries. You can access Portuguese healthcare and education system. In fact, not only Portuguese, but also some other European countries on the same basis as Portuguese citizens. And you can travel freely through the entire Schengen zone. And speaking of being a country with quite diverse culture, you just need to look on the right top corner to see that actually main nationalities which apply for golden visa are Chinese, which is Asia, Brazilian, which is South America, Turkish, South African, and Russian. So pretty much from every part of the world. So it is quite an attractive country by itself, and the golden visa, we think, is also pretty well designed program. Now, how do you actually get your golden visa in Portugal? Generally speaking, there are 3 main routes how you can do it. First is to invest in real estate directly, meaning you buy a house or you buy, could be a commercial property, of course, or let's say you buy an apartment. The second one is you invest in a fund, which then subsequently invests in various real estate projects. And the third one is setting up a business with 10 local employees. So depending on which route you take, it doesn't really matter. Generally, your requirement when you get the golden visa is that you don't need to stay in the country for a long time, only about 7 days on average per year, which is quite a big difference comparing to many other programs in Europe. Some of them, in fact, require you to stay half a year, which simply might not be feasible. Now, what are the investment requirements for golden visa? If we look at 2021, meaning also today, if you invest in the real estate directly, you buy some property, the investment amount is a minimum is 500,000 euros or more. I know that some of you will say, well, you can actually buy a real estate that is worth 350,000, for example, euros. Yes, you can, but it's very unlikely to be in Lisbon or Porto or any coastal area, and it almost certainly will require you to actually make renovation. So your total cost actually will not be really 350,000. Then option 2 is for you to invest in a fund where the amount can be specifically prescribed as 350,000 euros. So that's possible. And with regards to setup of business, technically your investment requirement is only 250,000 euros. But the reality is that unless you're ready to just wipe it to zero, you will end up actually investing much, much, much more and dealing with all the complex issues of unemployment contracts, employment laws in Portugal, etc. We don't really seriously consider number C, and we don't work with clients. We don't have a single client who has actually chosen C as a route to get golden visa. So most of the clients have been choosing A, and increasingly we see direction of them choosing option B. This was all true in 2021 until the very end, but a month ago there were new changes announced. Well, in fact, changes announced even earlier, but they came into force and they were approved. They were approved just a month ago. From 1st of January 2022, you will not be able to buy an apartment in Lisbon, Porto, and most of the coastal areas in order to get golden visa. You can still buy them, but you won't be able to apply for golden visa. And if we talk about investment in a fund, the investment amount will increase to 500,000. So some of you might ask a question, so what should I do now? If you are currently in the process of already acquiring a real estate object, then perhaps you can just complete it and you'll still make it before 1st of January 2022. But if you're only considering golden visa, you're wondering whether you should buy this real estate object or some other movable property, and perhaps you might just miss the deadline. And so if you're looking at Lisbon, Porto, or some coastal area, honestly, you probably are running a legal risk here that you won't make it in time. Now, if you look at the investment in the fund, there is still the same deadline, but the difference is that you actually can complete everything much faster than when you go through the process of buying a real estate object. There's just way more documentation that you need to go through the land register. There's a lot more red tape, rise taxes that you need to pay. So if you want to use the opportunity, I would suggest go as soon as possible and invest in a fund that invests in real estate. If you want to take your time, then perhaps you may still go for the fund investment, and I'll try to explain why, because it might be actually very applicable to you. So let's look at the case. A bit of floating over, but I'll spell it out for you. The case says investing in a fund or buying a real estate object, meaning a single and movable property. Which one is better for you? Well, let's look at a happy family of four. There's a father and mother. Both are in the family business. One is 45, mother is 44. They have two children. Son is 14, daughter is 16. So pretty much school age, but about to go to university. So they're looking to send their kids for education in Europe. And at the same time, they are considering to relocate to Europe once they retire. And they plan to retire around age of 55. So two considerations. One, it's still not decided which country children will study in. They may even study in two different countries. That's still possible. Daughter has 2 years to go. The son has actually 4 or 5 years to go before going into university. And the other element to that comes in is retirement is only in 10 years away. There are so many things can change. Should you be actually fixated, if this is your or similar scenario, on which house to buy? Are you sure you're going to live there? Is this really going to be the best place to be? Well, let's consider and compare two options. When you buy directly an object, what is happening is you're in fact buying real estate which you don't know. You buy it in a territory you don't know, and you're buying it from a seller who you don't know. Yes, you have assistants, you have agents who will help you, but nevertheless, you still don't know all those parties, and the agent's role is not really to do a due diligence on a thorough due diligence on a seller. Now, if you go through an investment fund structure, you don't face the same risk of basically paying more for something that's not worth it. When you go through an investment fund, you together with other investors, placing funds in investment funds. Now, you have a professional manager there who is aligned with you in his interest. Why? Because his business is to make money by buying something as low as possible, selling it as maximum as possible. So in that sense, you're dealing with someone who is together with you looking for the best price in the market. He understands and trying to make the best return on it. Just to summarize, it means that when you do acquisition with direct buying, you acquire real estate in a known market, and you'll go through the process yourself, so it means you also spend time. When you make an investment through a fund, what you do is you delegate that decision to someone who actually knows the market. And you also do not waste your time on documentation. And that same thing is very relevant when you start managing that asset. When you buy an object, real estate, I would say an apartment in Lisbon, you need to directly manage it. It means you will have to hire an agent, real estate agent. You may fire that real estate agent. You need to pay the fixed damages. You need to pay the bills. You need to pay the tax, everything. If you miss, you'll get fined. When you deal with a fund, that's the responsibility of the fund to manage the asset, to maximize its value. So again, you kind of delegate all those nitty-gritty but time-consuming matters that can also stress you out to a manager in a fund. So I think that's one of the attractive elements to it. Now let's look at tax and costs as well. Once you buy an apartment or a residential house in Portugal, you need to pay municipal tax on a transaction. You need to pay stamp duty. You need to pay municipal tax on real estate. If you sell it later on with a profit, you will pay capital gains tax. And of course, in the meantime, if you do decide to let it out, someone is renting it, then you will have to pay tax on that income. So a lot of different tax you need to pay. I'm not saying don't buy real estate, but just be aware that when you buy an individual asset, this is the elements that you need to take care of and take into account. When you do it with the fund, whatever the tax and stamp duties they need to pay, that's for them to do and to deal with that. From your perspective, only thing you're looking at is when the distribution from the fund will be made a few years later, will you be paying a 0% tax if you live outside Portugal, or if you decided to move there permanently, you might pay 10% tax. That's pretty much all that you need to actually think about once you decide to go with investment in a fund. And in terms of costs, again, you buy directly, you pay valuation fee, notary, land register, real estate agent, legal agent. You might need to pay renovation. Even if the house is renovated, you might just decide to renovate it the way you like. Buy furniture. You'll pay maintenance, such as, for example, insurance, and all of that will take your time because you'll need to, well, make sure you pay for all of those elements. When you invest in a fund, you have to pay only a subscription fee, which is being deducted from the amount you make an investment. So let's say you make an investment of 500,000 in a fund, the portion will be deducted to cover the cost of setting up the whole structure for you by the fund manager to manage you and to make reports to you. But you will not need to cash out additionally. Whereas when you buy real estate for 500,000, you do need to then pay an extra layout of cash, which is going to be covering various costs, taxes, etc. Then typically fund managers in Portugal, they charge roughly 1 to 2% per annum, their management costs. And if they make profits, then they will charge 10 or 20% of those profits. So let's say 5 years down the road, the return is 50%, then they will take 10% of those 15, being 5%. So 45% goes to you, 5% goes to them in terms of return. So in terms of time, I think it's clearly the investment fund better solution if you care about your time. And also worth mentioning that when you invest through a fund, you're able to actually participate in projects which otherwise would not be available to you. Let's say you want to invest in a hotel. A hotel could cost you 30 million, right? You won't be able to acquire it or perhaps a loan. Whereas through the fund, together with other investors and professional manager, you may be able to participate and get very different, interesting returns from it. So, investing in a fund or buying real estate object, we think for this family, investing in a fund is better because they can reduce cash outlay on day one. They can save time. Don't forget they were running their own business. So it's not a good idea to delegate some time on managing real estate object in Portugal where they yet do not permanently live. Then the other element to that is that if kids decide to study not in Portugal, but let's say in Netherlands or Germany, they can still use the golden visa residence to access that. In fact, they may even benefit from some subsidized study costs in other countries outside Portugal, depending on the university and the country where they will go to. Importantly, you don't need to bother yourself about an empty house. And if by the time of retirement 10 years later, they will decide to move to Portugal, at that time they can decide wherever apartment they want to buy or house to buy. It can be in Lisbon, it can be Porto, it can be in the coast. It really is up to them because by that time they will already go through the golden visa and they will get out of permanent residence or perhaps even citizenship. So I guess I made my point and presentation on whether real estate object or investment fund is a better option for you. It really depends what's your personal situation. Again, you're 100% confident you want to live in that house, please go ahead. I remind you, by end of this year, this option will not include Lisbon, Porto, and most of the coastal areas. So probably you should be looking at something that is outside of those territories. Looking at the timeline, and here the timeline I take is specifically for the investment funds because it's simply a little bit faster, as follows. First, we select an investment fund that is suitable to your risk profile, and your preferences. Then we get you a tax number, local for Portugal, open a bank account, you make investment, then the documents are being certified, we attach your personal documents to the application, make an application for the golden visa, it is being reviewed within 30 days, and you get approval. Following that, you will be needed to attend a personal interview. Under interview, actually what you do is you submit your biometric data to get a card. Then you get a card and you can enjoy your stay in Portugal. That's the whole process. Now, the stage until application and getting yourself an approval, if you use a fund path, it will take you 3 to 6 months, roughly. That's from our experience. And you need to get there by 31st of December 2021 to be 100% sure that you will be able to get your golden visa even after the changes have been made and some other rules have been introduced. So now we are in mid-March. We have roughly 8 months plus left. So it's still possible to do it without being too nervous about it. It is still no issue. You may notice that booking an appointment, which is second part of the getting your golden visa, is a little bit longer. It's actually 6 to 9 months. And that is the reason for that is that we have COVID-19. So we understand that you might not be willing to travel. You might not want to travel. You might not be allowed to travel. And also there might be some backlog in terms of the people who wanted to travel and get their golden visas. They applied, but approved, but just haven't been to Portugal to just collect their cards. That's why we think there might be a slightly additional delay in getting it done. Finally, I think I'll wrap up. I'll mention the fact that everything up until the interview can be done remotely, so you don't need to travel. So if you're sitting today in March and you decide to go through this pass, you actually can go and get it done all remotely without need to actually travel to Portugal. Once the borders are reopened, you're comfortable with traveling to the country, then you can safely arrive, will be met, brought to the office of the immigration office, where the data from you will be collected, original documents will be looked at, and then the card will be issued to you, which you can then start using. Finally, is what are the costs? Well, we mentioned that if you go with an eligible investment fund, the costs in 2021 are 350,000. From 2022, it will be 500,000. Apart from that, you need to consider that there are the following costs. We take, again, a family of 4, kind of the case that I showed earlier. The government fees will be 24,000 throughout this initial stage process. These are really collected by the government to review your application, to make assessment, etc. Now, there also will be due diligence and service fees that, if you will go with us, will be charged because we need to help you to open a bank account, get the documents right, review them, identify any missing elements there, select the fund that it will be suitable to you, again, connect you with that fund, help you to go through the documentation, get the tax, etc., etc. So basically all arrangements. And then as you get your golden visa, if you're a family of 4, you will need to maintain it, and the cost will be another 10,650, which is the government fees. Because the card, you get approval essentially. The way it works is they approve you for 5 years plus, but the card is being issued for 2 years. So 2 years later, you need to renew it, and then there will be additional charge that is going to be charged by the government. So these are pretty much the costs that you will be facing if you go through an investment fund. If we talk about doing it by a golden visa by buying a real estate object, if you take in Lisbon a residential property worth about 500,000 euros, and you're going to take into account your IMI tax, stamp duty, other government fees, legal fees, let's say about 5,000, which is on the low side of some furniture, no renovation, you will end up in total paying 40,000 euros plus minus. That will be your cost. If you acquire for 500,000 an apartment, then you pay various tax and fees. That does not include golden visa fees of 24,000. They will go on the top. So you kind of can see where the difference is. If you look for a cost-efficient option, perhaps investment fund is a more smooth way. And if you are stuck to acquire real estate object, you have found an apartment that you're in love with, or your family members really want to be in, then please go ahead. It's a great story for you. Now let's move on to some of your questions.
Thank you so much, Nikita, for your interesting presentation. Very up-to-date and informative. And
Always welcome.
The first question from Fiona Kamitu. When investing in a business in Portugal, would you recommend to opt for retail or hospitality or other?
Wow. I'll be careful to answering this question because I wouldn't call myself a Portugal's expert, because last time I was there was still before COVID-19. If we were talking about investing in hospitality, like buying a hotel, that might be a good time. Even where the industry right now is, you essentially probably will be buying at the bottom. I'm not sure that retail is a good idea simply because retail is a complex market in the sense that there are issues associated not just with decline in activity now because of COVID-19. People are also moving to internet. So that probably applies to global trends. So some of the retail businesses, if you're talking about some shopping, for example, it might just simply disappear. People tend to now rely on deliveries at home, ordering online, whether it's food, whether it's clothes, whether it's even jewelry, and more actually even luxurious items. So I hope I answer your question. I mean, specifically for Portugal, I'd probably ask my partner to respond to such specific questions if there was analysis needed, or some of our investment fund managers who are acting in Portugal might be better positioned to address this.
Thank you. Next question from Said Kabir. Are there any incentives, privileges? Are there any incentives, privileges, or any special programs for those whose ancestors descend from Portugal? Evidences available.
My question would be do you even need to go through golden visa in this situation? Perhaps there is a path connecting you to, of course I don't know how well connected you are, and perhaps you already explored that path, which is not available because you don't qualify for getting residence simply through a connection to your background. I think you should look into more already a citizenship path then, which is available to in countries. From a context of a golden visa process, there is no explicit line that would say that you actually need to you actually get a benefit by having some connection to Portugal. For example, a lot of people from Brazil will be applying. They do have connections very often to Portugal. Doesn't mean they get an easier track than other nationalities, unfortunately. But it definitely wouldn't hurt.
Thank you so much. Also, you mentioned a couple of times an advice to go through an investment fund. And how do you recommend to select a fund, actually? How to evaluate a fund's credibility? Which criteria you recommend to pay attention to?
Generally, we use our investment advisor. So the best is to actually go through an investment advisor to assess. So you can come to us, we can help you with that. But general terms, looking at that, you definitely need to look at what's the liquidity of the fund, what's the track record of specific manager, has he joined just yesterday, or he's been there for a couple of years. The funds we're talking about, eligible funds in Portugal, they are being regulated by the equivalent of a securities exchange commission of US, but only in Portugal. Perhaps it's worth to look also at who is auditing them, because all funds are required to be audited at least once a year, and I don't like name lending, meaning I wouldn't just give a preference simply because Deloitte or PwC is auditing that fund, but individually to you, that might give some comfort comparing to a company which you don't know. So maybe it's something also to look at. In terms of the risk profile, this is a really much more complex issue that we need to look at. It's not only about the risk return of the fund, it's also about what risks and returns can you take. It needs to be assessed in that context.
Thank you so much. We don't have any more questions, but I would like to remind all our attendees that you may contact Nikita directly, and you may see contacts on the screen. You may see an email, phone number, and website. So please check on your screen, and you may contact Nikita for further questions, to book your personal consultation, and talk to Nikita directly. Nikita, I would like to thank you so much for this presentation, for this interesting, up-to-date and very new information to a lot of our attendees. I'm sure it was very useful and interesting, and I'm sure you have a late evening or night, so I will wish you a nice evening ahead, right? Because we have a huge time difference.
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, it's already 8:45 in Singapore now. I guess I wish a good day for those who are based in Europe, Middle East, Africa. Morning, I guess, and the rest of the good day for those who are based in Americas, and also good night and good evening to those who are based in more our time zone, somewhere in Asia. And looking forward to speak to some of you later after this event.
Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
And I will ask my team to check if our next speaker is ready. Yes, I see that our next speaker is ready. And I can't stop smiling because I'm really very much encouraged to check our next speaker. And I'm pleased to present Kaisha Ince, lawyer, principal of Caribbean Legal and Project Advisory. And Kaisha will address us with the topic Grenada Citizenship, the Migration Alternative. So for the next 30 minutes, all our attendees will have a very sunny and nice presentation about great Caribbean countries. So I would like to remind you that you may already start putting your questions in the chat, and Kaisha will answer all of them at the end of her speech. Kaisha, do you hear us? A moment, we don't hear you. Please, I would like to ask my team to check. Please say something one more time. We don't hear. We need a second to check. Maybe earphones. Maybe I will ask my team to contact you off the stage, maybe, and to check your voice. Okay. Meanwhile, our technical team is working for fixing this technical issue. I would like to ask you put your question regarding other countries, and to remind you that we still have to talk about Caribbean countries. We will have the US coming after that. We will move to India, and we have our special guest who will talk to us about India. And we will again talk about citizenship of the United States, because we know that United States is a very high demanded destination, that it's especially for China, India and Russia. I know that a lot of applicants are coming from these countries, and I know among our registrations that you are waiting for that presentation, so it's coming even too. But what I wanted to tell that if you are interested in the US and your actually dream destination is US, and you're planning to immigrate to the US and willing to be a resident of the United States, then the next presentation which Kaisha is going to deliver is also useful for you, because Grenada is an easy and fast pathway to go to the US. Maybe not all of you know about that, but if you're interested, I definitely recommend you to pay attention to our next speech. And also, if talking about Caribbean citizenship programs, for those who haven't explored that opportunities yet, I would like to tell that it's probably maybe one of the easiest paths to get your citizenship, to receive freedom of travel, because regularly Caribbean countries have a lot of agreements with countries globally, and you can like freely travel, and you can visit any countries, including UK, including US and European Union, which is quite important for business persons, for investors to travel freely, especially during lockdown times. So why I'm telling this, because maybe you think that I'm not gonna be a resident of Grenada or other Caribbean countries, right? However, you still can use this opportunity not to be a resident, not to live there, but to travel freely, to receive some business opportunities, to receive some special tax regime for your business, for yourself as a high net worth individual. So, and also to pay attention to interesting investments which these countries are offering. So that's why, even if this country is not a place where you're going to relocate, I definitely recommend you to pay attention to these opportunities. And in the meantime, if you have something to ask, if you have some questions, meanwhile our team is preparing the conference, I will be pleased to answer them. I know that we always have questions about what actually to choose. Okay, I see. I will leave you with that questions in the chat. Please continue to ask them. We will continue, but I received a message from my technical team that our speaker is ready, so I'm pleased to invite her to this virtual stage. Okay, Kaisha, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me, more importantly?
Yes, I hear you very well. Thank you so much. So again, for Kaisha Ince, lawyer principal of Caribbean Legal and Project Advisory Limited, and Kaisha will be addressing us with the topic Grenada Citizenship, the Migration Alternative. Kaisha, this virtual stage is fully yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kseniya. And sorry for all the technical problems. Hello, everyone, and warm greetings from the Caribbean. I'm very pleased and delighted to be participating with my friends here at ILP on this always exciting virtual conference. So my name is Kaisha Ince. I'm a commercial and corporate lawyer of 32 years qualification with specialist expertise in advising governments in the Caribbean on investments and project financing. I'm the former chairperson of the Grenada Citizenship and Investment Program and the former commercial advisor to the Prime Minister of Grenada. So my company, Caribbean Legal and Project Advisory Limited, is based in the Caribbean with offices in both Grenada and in Trinidad and Tobago. And essentially, I offer confidential bespoke services to persons who are wishing to acquire a second citizenship. I literally take you through every step of the process, from preparation of documentation to when you get approval for your passport. So by way of background, there are 5 countries in the Caribbean with citizenship programs: Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, Dominica, and Grenada. And I would say to you that arguably Grenada's program offers the best benefits of all these Caribbean programs. So Grenada's Citizenship by Investment Program is leading, highly acclaimed. It's consistently ranked among the best 3 citizenship programs in the world. It's considered to be a Caribbean premium product with unique features. It was launched in 2013, and it allows qualified investors and their families to apply for citizenship. It allows investment in either a government infrastructure fund or government-approved tourism real estate projects. It is the only Caribbean passport giving investors and their families an opportunity to settle in the USA through the E2 investor visa. Where is Grenada? Well, it's in the West Indies, or in the Caribbean, as we say, southernmost part. It is approximately 1,550 miles from Miami, 2,111 from New York, and 4,350 miles from London. It is a member of the United Nations, the British Commonwealth, and what is called CARICOM, which is the Caribbean Community. It has a stable political system with a democratic parliamentary system with free and fair elections every 5 years. Queen Elizabeth II is the head of state. English is the official language. The legal system is based on English law. Grenada is safe, stable, friendly, with a strong monetary system, with no foreign exchange restrictions, and a tiny population of 112,000 people. The economic drivers of Grenada are tourism, agriculture, construction, and the St. George's University. The St. George's University Medical School is the world's largest American accredited overseas medical school with over 7,000 students from over 140 countries. Grenada is known as the island of spice because it is one of the world's largest exporters of nutmeg and mace products. It is also a premier vacation destination for North American and European tourists, with over 525,000 visitors in 2019. What are the benefits of Grenada's passport? Well, first and foremost, global mobility. It is the best low-entry route to access countries that not even some top-tier passports can attain. So there is visa-free entry to 144 countries, to the UK, to the EU Schengen countries, to China, Singapore, Hong Kong, Russia, amongst others. It is a strong passport. In 2021, Grenada's passport was ranked 33rd most powerful passport in the world with a visa score of 144. Grenada's passport offers fast and hassle-free relocation to the USA. Grenadian citizenship gives you eligibility for the US E2 investor visa, allowing Grenadian citizens and their families to live and operate businesses in the US. Grenada's passport also offers top-tier education with access to St. George's University Medical School, which, as I indicated, is a top American accredited medical school, allowing graduates to practice medicine in the US. And Grenada's passport also gives you access to live and work and do business in the other Caribbean islands. Other benefits include the fact that the passport is generous for family, for inclusion of family members all in one application. Citizenship is hereditary. Dual citizenship is permitted. The integrity of the passport is maintained due to the high-level due diligence screening by the government. And Grenada's passport also offers income protection and an attractive tax regime. There is no tax on worldwide income, no capital gains, wealth, gift, or inheritance tax. Applying for Grenadian citizenship is efficient, convenient, straightforward process. It is an online process. There's a fast processing time to approval of 60 to 90 days. It is document-based with user-friendly application forms. Applying for a Grenada passport requires no interview. There is no education or management experience required also. There are no residency requirements as your passport is obtained remotely. You need to have a clean criminal record and there is very strict due diligence. All nationalities are accepted except those from Iran and North Korea. This is just an example of an approval of a citizenship application. As you would see, this one was approved in 66 days, and this one in 71 days. So the approval process has certainly improved, and we are seeing that most applications are being approved within the 60 to 90 day period. The pandemic and Grenada. Well, Grenada citizenship is certainly a way to gain mobility in a suddenly less mobile world. It's a plan B for families. It means having options, an opportunity to change lifestyle as needs be. There has been an accelerated demand for Grenada citizenship during the pandemic. there was a 49% increase in inquiries for Grenada's program during the first half of 2020. Grenada also saw an increase in the number of applications received between April and December of 2020. And so essentially, Grenada has had a success story in navigating the pandemic, early intervention by government, and a robust healthcare system has contributed to this success story. There are two investment options for acquiring Grenada citizenship. There is the donation option, which is essentially a donation to the National Transformation Fund. For an individual applicant, this starts at US dollars 150,000, and for a family of 4, it's US dollars 200,000. The other option is through investment into a real estate, a tourism real estate project, which is a government-approved project. This starts at US dollars 220,000 for a family of 4, with a US dollar 50,000 contribution to the government. There is the ability to sell tourism real estate purchases after 5 years, with secondary purchasers qualifying for citizenship by investment. What's important to note is that the investment amount, whether it is through the donation option or through the real estate option, is only paid upon approval of your citizenship. Grenada's program is a most family inclusive program. So besides the main applicant, you can include also the spouse, unmarried children under the age of 30, dependent parents and grandparents of the main applicant and his or her spouse, and unmarried siblings with no children of the main applicant and his or her spouse. So all of these family members can be included in one application. This is an example of some new Grenadian citizens. They would have obtained their citizenship in January. This couple, it's a family application. This couple with their 2 children would have obtained Grenadian citizenship. We spoke about the fact that Grenada's passport or citizenship gives you eligibility for the E2 investor visa for the US. This visa essentially allows you to own and operate and settle in the US. The E2 visa is valid for a maximum of 5 years and can be renewed without limit, provided that the underlying business investment still qualifies. The spouse of the applicant can enter and work anywhere in the US, and children under the age of 21 can go to school, both public and private, in the US and are eligible for in-state tuition in most states in the US. The E2 visa can be applied for at a US consulate, and processing time is usually 2 months. Applicants and family members can spend as much or as little time in the US as they wish. The E2 visa allows you to do business and live in the US without the tax burdens of a green card or US citizenship. The requirements for the E2 investor visa are, well, you have to be a citizen of a treaty country like Grenada, so you must obtain Grenadian citizenship first. There is a low minimum investment amount. In fact, the requirements do not prescribe an investment amount, but we say that it's preferable to invest at least US dollars 100,000. Successful applicants must invest in or own a minimum of 50% of an active or substantial business in the US. And they can invest in or be in the process of investing in a new or existing US business. The US enterprise must be real and active, and it must be more than marginal. What are the learnings from the E2 investor visa applications? Well, for Grenada, those persons who've obtained Grenadian citizenship through investment who have gone on to apply for the E2 visa, there's been a 100% success rate. The US also treats all Grenadian applicants the same, regardless of how their citizenship is obtained. All cases are reviewed and decided upon based on their own merit. Interviews are considered to be critical in the process, and some links or nexus with Grenada are an area of inquiry during the interview. So the best practice is to at least visit Grenada once before any E2 visa interview. E2 or EB5. Well, the EB5 program demands a minimum investment amount of $900,000, which is certainly higher than what is required for the E2. As we said, there is no prescribed minimum investment for the E2, but it could be as low as $100,000. EB5 also requires that you create at least 10 full-time jobs for US workers. There is no such requirement for the E2 investor visa. Green card holders must be present in the US at least 180 days a year and are therefore liable to pay US taxes. The US forces its citizens, including green card holders, to pay taxes on worldwide income. So green card holders, as you would have under the EB5 program, must therefore not only pay taxes on US income, but also taxes on their worldwide income. E2 visa holders only pay taxes on US income. And you can use your E2 investment as a down payment for your EB5 investment if you want to eventually qualify for a green card. And very importantly, there are no quotas for the E2 visa, and it can be obtained within 2 months as opposed to 2 or 3 years for the EB5. Persons who might possibly be interested in the E2 visa are essentially persons who don't want to wish to migrate to the US because of the global tax policy and residency requirements, but who just want to operate a business in the US and have their children study in US schools in the interim. Persons who want to operate a specific business in the US. Persons who are already working in the US but whose visas are expiring and there is uncertainty about renewal. Remember, we said that the E2 visa is initially for 5 years, but it can be renewed indefinitely, as long, of course, as the business continues to operate. Persons whose children are already at university in the US. And really, the great solution is to acquire Grenada citizenship in order to apply for and obtain the E2 visa to continuously stay in the US. So, and both Grenada citizenship and E2 visa, and the E2 visa can be obtained in 8 months. Second, citizenship programs have certainly become very popular for high net worth individuals all over the world. There's been a 70 to 80% increase in inquiries in 2020 for Grenada. Also, in 2020, Grenada saw an increase of 34% in overall applications, with a 100% increase in applications from Russia, India, and Nigeria. Applicants were from over 40 countries, including China, India, the UAE, Russia, South Africa, and Nigeria. Second, citizenship offers a better lifestyle. Certainly for the E2 visa, the American dream. Economic growth has certainly outpaced diplomatic clout, and Grenada's passport offers hassle-free travel for business persons. Their tax planning efficiencies, children's education abroad is a top priority, and certainly there are investment and business opportunities for investors not only in Grenada, but also the rest of the English-speaking Caribbean. Recent developments with Grenada's citizenship program include safeguards being put in place for applicants' investment amount into approved projects, with investment amounts to be deposited into escrow accounts, The change of name is allowed within 1 year. There is automatic citizenship for newborns. Citizenship and passport are issued at the same time. The approval process time has significantly improved. In 2019 and 2020, real estate investment would have outpaced the donation option. In 2020, the real estate investment option, in fact, accounted for 55% of all applications received by the Grenada authorities, and 2020 saw an increase of 34% in overall applications. So that's the end of my presentation, but you will have seen that Grenada really does have very attractive benefits with its Citizenship by Investment program. As I would have indicated, one of the options for investment to obtain citizenship in Grenada is investment into real estate. So the best government-approved real estate investment in Grenada is certainly the 5-star luxury Kimpton Kawana Bay Resort, which is situated on Grand Anse Beach, the most fabulous beach in the Caribbean. So Kseniya and the ILP team, I'm going to ask you please to show our attendees a beautiful video of this remarkable investment property.
Kimpton Kawana Bay project is a new luxury 5-star resort development located on the world-famous Grand Anse Beach in Grenada. It's been recently voted by both Condé Nast Traveler and CNN as one of the top beaches in the world. The Kimpton Kawana Bay project will feature an infinity edge pool, a state-of-the-art gym, spa facilities, multiple restaurants, and bars and lounges. The resort will be operated and branded by Kimpton Hotels and Restaurants. It is part of the Intercontinental Hotels Group, one of the largest hotel chains in the world. Kimpton Kawana Bay is currently under construction and will be handed over to Kimpton in 2022. Suites and studios are now available for sale through the Grenada Citizenship by Investment program for the Kimpton Kawana Bay project.
The Grenada Citizenship by Investment program offers investors the opportunity to seek a second or alternative citizenship through a straightforward and speedy process.
Persons have actually visited and they have seen what is taking place on the ground. It's not just a project in name, it's a project that is actually off the ground. The investors are able to see what they are investing in.
Phase 1 of the project, which comprises the Culebra and Juara buildings, are completely sold out, and title has already been passed to the owners of those units. Phase 2, which is the Matura building, which sits on the beach and houses most of the amenities of the hotel, is well under construction. Our final phase, which is the Kiawa building, has broken ground, and we currently have limited availability of units for sale at the minimal allowable price of $220,000. The main benefits of the Kimpton Kawana Bay project are that it's on the best location on the best beach in Grenada. Purchasers receive title deeded real estate. The project is well under construction. We have a transparent revenue sharing model. There's no annual fees, and we have a great brand in Kimpton Hotels and Restaurants.
Thank you so much, Kaisha, for the presentation. And I believe we all from wherever we are from lockdown need a bit of Grenada sunshine, because it's so, so nice country. I always feel sunshine when you do the presentation. And before we will move on to questions, I would like to remind to all our attendees and to stress how important it is that Kaisha mentioned that Grenada's passport is 33rd strongest passport in the world, and I just want to remind that inside European Union you will find 27 countries. Before it was 28, so meaning that it's a really a good number. So it's a really strong passport, just to underline. Okay, and we have questions from the audience. First question from Rosaline Chu. Kaisha, she is asking, do you have authorized agents in China who could help with paperwork?
Yes, we do.
Great. So maybe Rosaline, you best contact Kaisha directly, you can see contacts on the screen. You can see email and the phone number. Please contact Kaisha and she will share the contacts of those authorized agents with you. Next question from Arjun Basrur. What are the eligibility criteria for the inclusion of children? Age, marital status, can siblings be also included?
So children can be included in the application up to the age of 29. So you need to be under the age of 30. With respect to siblings need to be over 18 and over, and they must be unmarried.
Thank you. Question from Madhuri Koirala. As far as I know, Sixth Census law suggests Grenada is a qualifying investment under the program.
Sorry, Sixth Census?
Sixth Census
What's the question?
law suggests Grenada. I assume it's like a name of the project, and he's asking, is it a qualifying investment under the program?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. Then next question from Madhuri Koirala. Again, what other upmarket properties across the Caribbean developed by international chains would qualify? Are Park Hyatt St. Kitts and Kempinski Dominica still on the table?
As far as I'm aware, yes, they are.
Okay, thank you so much. We don't have questions yet, but I just wanted to ask you a question about the situation currently with the lockdown, with the travel restrictions, how it is in Grenada so far. For example, if an investor wants to visit himself Grenada, is it possible to arrive? What are the conditions?
Yes, it is. It is possible to travel to Grenada. At the moment, through the US is probably the best option. You need to have a negative PCR test done 72 hours before you travel. And there is a quarantine restriction currently of at least 7 days.
Thank you. Also, do you feel that because of lockdown and pandemic, a lot of people are now working from home and searching for their new home, it's like a global trend, global nomad, let's say, digital nomad, right? So do you feel that Grenada is actually a place where everyone can relocate and work from there with a lot of sunshine, beaches, and nice weather?
Yes, absolutely. We're actually seeing that people are acquiring second citizenship in Grenada just to do that. As I would have indicated in the presentation, Grenada has managed the pandemic very well. There's only been very few cases of the virus in Grenada, and there has only been one person who would have died from the virus, and that would have been last year. So Grenada remains safe, and most importantly, it is relatively virus-free. In fact, Grenada is being vaccinated. They've got a very aggressive vaccination program, which would have commenced about 3 weeks ago, and all indications are that the population will be vaccinated, totally vaccinated by the end of April.
Thank you so much. Where do you feel the most demand is coming? I know that Grenada is quite popular among Indian clients, and I know that today we have a lot of Indians watching us. Is still India is a very popular country, and you do receive a lot of applications from India, and what are other countries applying currently?
Well, certainly in 2020, we would have seen over a 100% increase in applications from India. So Grenada remains popular for India. And in fact, 70 to 80% of all new inquiries received are coming from India, followed closely by Nigeria. So Grenada is quite popular and has been quite popular, I would say, within the last couple of years for applicants from not only from China, but from Russia, India, and Nigeria. And we are seeing also a trend from South Africa as well.
Thank you so much. Also, what do you recommend regarding online applications? It's also a common question. Has something been changed because of the lockdown and pandemic in terms of applications, in terms of actually the process? Or it's just the same as it is before lockdown, or it's now like different?
No, so during lockdown, at the beginning of lockdown last year, Grenada's application process would have gone online, so that there was no lockdown, in fact, for Grenada citizenship applications. The process was being done online, and in fact, I would say that we actually saw an improvement in processing time due to the fact that the process had gone online. And so notwithstanding that in Grenada lockdown was lifted some months ago, the process has remained online, and we have definitely seen an increased improvement in the approval time. So it's, as I would said, it's down to 60 to 90 days, and so it's really you get a quick turnaround now of your application for your citizenship and passport.
And because the investments we are talking about are pretty much linked to tourism, do you think that this summer, this autumn, and this next summer, autumn, and winter, during this period, it will be a fully the tourism will resume and everything should be fine? So you expect Grenada will again invite tourists from all over the world?
Well, Grenada's already started to see this last winter season. Grenada actually did have tourists, obviously not on the scale as they would have had previously, but gradually tourists are coming back. And I think that with more and more persons getting the vaccine, not just in Grenada, they're obviously protecting their population, but more and more persons obtaining the vaccine abroad, like in the US and in European countries, etc., that you will see an increase in the tourism. Tourism will start to go back up, because I think people will feel more confident and comfortable to travel once again. I'm certainly making travel plans, Kseniya.
Thank you so much, Kaisha. We all hope that soon we will be traveling again, and I believe all our attendees today want to travel to Grenada first, because it's a very nice country and beautiful. Thank you one more time for the presentation and for answering all the questions. I would like to remind to our attendees that you may see Kaisha's contacts on the screen. Just feel free to contact Kaisha directly for further consultancy, and I would like to wish you a very nice and sunny day ahead.
Thank you so much, Kseniya, and thank you everyone for viewing, and I wish everybody a good afternoon and a good evening and also a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will ask my team to check if our next speaker is ready. I see that he is ready. So I'm very pleased to present Kurt Royce, founder of EB5 Marketplace, with the topic how to choose an EB5 investment. Kurt, do you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great, we do hear you well as well. So Kurt, this virtual stage is yours for the next 30 minutes, and I would like to remind to all our attendees that you may start putting your questions in the chat already, and Kurt will respond them after his speech. Kurt, this virtual stage is fully yours.
Just to introduce myself, my name is Kurt Royce. I founded EB5 Marketplace. In 2012, I started in EB5 by starting a due diligence firm as an independent third-party due diligence provider on behalf of investors. The goal was to provide strengths and risks analysis for both the immigration aspects of investments as well as the likelihood of investments getting the return of their capital. We've now reviewed more than 200 EB5 investments. Over the years, we've hosted a webinar series to educate the industry, the EB5 industry, on the securities laws as they relate to the industry. And I've served as chairman of IIUSA's Compliance Committee. Today, our investment platform, eb5marketplace.com, offers an online solution where investors can easily compare investment options. The platform enables us to compare terms, provide strengths and risks analysis on each investment, and download a full due diligence report. And we've had investors select an investment in just days because the platform makes it easy to understand every aspect of the deals. So I'll move to my first slide. Let's take a look here. Okay, so the opportunities in 2021, EB5 has gone through a difficult time in the last 2 years. Certainly the Trump administration was very anti-immigration, and we see that showing up in many ways. They were able to slow down the approval process to the point where the only strategy for most investors through the year of 2020 was to sue the government to get them to take action. So we see a lot of opportunity here with the Biden administration. Not only is this administration pro-immigration, but they're also putting a lot of money, a lot of stimulus money into the economy. And we believe that the US is poised to have a very positive impact economically and should lead the world, we believe, as we come out of the coronavirus problems that we've seen recently. One of the people that Joe Biden put in charge was Alexander Mayorkas. He was put in charge of the Department of Homeland Security. Now, Mr. Mayorkas was previously the head of the Immigration Service, and now he's heading the division that oversees immigration. He's very familiar with EB5, and we believe that we will see faster processing and more interaction with Mayorkas than we have in the past. We're also seeing more projects that are getting expedited processing, meaning instead of the typical year to year and a half of processing, we're seeing projects that have been approved to be processed in 3 to 6 months. So on many levels, we think that this program is just about to restart in a very optimistic way. And today I expect to see the Congress of the US launch a bill called the Reform and Integrity Act of 2021, which will provide a 5-year extension of the EB5 program and also include a number of reform and integrity measures to protect investors. So a lot of positive developments on the EB5 front. As you may know, the investment amount is $900,000. There are actually 2 investment amounts. The program calls for a $1.8 million investment. But if you invest in a high unemployment rate area or a rural area, you only have to invest $900,000. And right now on our platform, all of our investments are $900,000 investments. And I feel very good about the projects that we have. And I'll walk through some of the due diligence that we do on these projects. So if we move to the next slide, due diligence needs to take into account 2 aspects of an investment. We need to look at the immigration aspects to be assured that the investment will qualify the investor for the immigration benefits. And the second component is the financial aspects. So we're looking for an investment that is going to get our money back and deliver whatever return that they've promised in a timely manner. Now, when we look at immigration, we're looking at 2 aspects. The initial part of the immigration is Form I-526. This is the initial EB5 petition, And in order for that to be approved, you basically need to have a properly developed business plan. You have to have a market feasibility study. You have an economic study. But the truth is that if you work with a sophisticated EB-5 immigration attorney, and you work with a well-developed project, it's highly likely, almost certain, that you will get approved on your I-526. Because what they're really doing is just making sure that you've checked off all the boxes. And if for some reason someone on the project missed something, your attorney should pick it up, and we would certainly pick it up. So very little risk on the I-526 petition. The I-829 form actually is something that we need to project, because the I-829 is when you prove that your investment of $900,000 actually created the 10 jobs necessary to qualify for the immigration benefits. So we're going to be looking at the investment from the standpoint of, how likely is this project to develop the 10 jobs? Now, in some cases, it's quite straightforward. If the project spends the required amount of money, then the economist can determine how many jobs will be generated from that expenditure. And again, so long as the methodology has been carefully examined, we can get pretty comfortable that we will create the necessary jobs. And then there are some other requirements of the program, such as keeping your investment at risk. And we'll be looking at that aspect of the investment. What is the strategy to keep it at risk? What if the developer wants to repay the money early? What are the rights and remedies available to investors? So that's the due diligence from the immigration side. And then we'll talk about the financial side. So I've organized due diligence into 6 areas when it comes to inspecting an investment from the financial aspect. The first area is we're looking at, and I think we can almost take these first 3 points as the structure of the deal. So how is the deal developed? What's the plan? And what are the projections? Are they reasonable? Have they been compared to other projects in the area? So we're looking to validate the reasonableness of the projections and whether or not we think the business plan makes sense. The second aspect is management. So you're looking at who's running this deal and who are they investing their money with. So you've got a manager that your investment goes and is managed by, and then that manager will typically invest that money into a development project. It may be commercial real estate, it may be a manufacturing plant, it can be anything that's going to create enough jobs. So we want to look at both the manager of the entity that you're investing in, we want to look at the management of the project that is being invested in, and we want to also make sure we're aware of any control people, anyone who has access to your funds during the process. We want to examine whether there are any conflicts of interest. Is the manager in any way influenced by the development? And therefore, if something goes wrong with the development, might the manager look after the developer's interest ahead of the investor's interest? And then finally, we're looking at fiduciaries. Who has been involved in the deal to protect investors? And this can be a number of players. It can be a fund administrator, making sure that your money that's transferred from the manager into the project and back is constantly being reviewed by this third party. You may have a broker dealer, making sure that all the information that's provided to you at the outset is clear and not misleading. That is actually, I'm a broker dealer rep, and that is a part of my responsibility. And then the third component at the early stage that you want to look at is the financing. How has this deal been financed? Often it's referred to as the capital stack, but we're looking at, is there a senior loan in place? Does this project have all the money it needs in order to fulfill its commitments, regardless of how much EB-5 money it raises? And that would be a very important analysis to do, because if for whatever reason you were to invest and they were counting on 10 investors, but they only raised money from 2 investors, would that project then be short of funds, and where would it have access to those funds? So the way they've structured the financial aspects, you want to make sure that everything's been finalized. We are happy to see term sheets, but a term sheet only indicates what they're hoping to accomplish. We're actually going to always insist that a project have final documentation in place before one of our investors would make that investment. Bridge financing is a very interesting aspect to EB5 investments, and that's because you can structure a deal where if you contemplate early on that the money that goes into a project is considered to be bridge, meaning it's going to be usually less than a year or 2 in duration, and it will be replaced if EB5 money comes in, well, there's a way for you to know that all the money is available to get this project done. And then when you invest, all you're doing is replacing the bridge money that you're representing. So your 900,000 would be replacing 900,000 of bridge money, effectively saving the project cost of capital. They'll pay less to you than they would pay to the bridge lender, but you know that all the money's there, and they know that all the money's there. So once we've kind of established that this is a sound project with good management, all the money's in place, then as the project progresses, we want to keep an eye on things. This is probably one of the most powerful aspects of determining when to invest, because the more progress a project makes, the more likely they will have either achieved the 10 job creation that you need or gotten close to that point. And it'd be obvious that so long as there isn't a natural disaster or some event, what do they call it, the act of God event, then you're likely to see all the jobs that you would need in order to satisfy your requirements. So the progress on the project is going to help you on the job creation side. It's going to help prove that this project it's going to limit its risks as it progresses, right? So if you invest in a project that hasn't broken ground yet, well, that's certainly more risky than a project that has laid its foundation in. And that's certainly more risky than a project that is 2/3 complete. And now they're beginning to do tenant finishes and complete the outside of the building. Again, if it's real estate, that would be some of the things that we'd be looking at. So that's the progress, and it's a very beneficial thing to be tracking. The fifth element we like to look at is the repayment plan. What is the plan to get you repaid? So for example, if you make an investment in a project and it's in, let's say it's a commercial building, well, are they going to go out and get a new loan on the project? Is that the plan to get the money out to repay you? If it's a multifamily units, are they going to sell those units? And are you counting on those sales in order for them to have the cash in order to pay you back? Most investors like to get their money back 5 years after their initial investment. That gives them enough time to satisfy all the immigration requirements with enough of a cushion. If you're not from China and Vietnam, it's typically 5 years is enough time for you to get through the entire immigration process, and also give yourself about a year cushion just in case something goes wrong with your application. It gets a request for evidence, goes back to your attorney needs to refile an amendment. So 5 years is typically what we look for, and then we look for strategies that will repay you somewhere near that 5-year term. We have some projects right now that have very good structures, and I believe that that would be a likely scenario for them to be able to repay you in that time. As far as rate of return, most EB5 deals are structured with a very modest rate of return. I would say 1% is probably an industry benchmark right now. I am seeing some projects. There's a project I'm aware of that's 4 to 5% range, and it's a strong project. There's another project that pays 1/4%, also a very strong project. So typically the reason why we don't see much rate of return is because if an investment is really solid, in this environment, the cost of capital is very low. And so what induces a developer to even take on the setting up their deal to satisfy all the immigration aspects, be willing to wait until money comes in at the discretion of various investors and being able to weather whatever time it takes for all that to happen, that is a complication that they're throwing into their project. And they need to be rewarded, obviously, with a lower cost of capital. And so if a project would be able to borrow money for 6%, let's say, well, they might need to benefit 5%, and therefore they would pay you 1%. So those are the economics typically of EB5 investments. And then the sixth area that we'll look at is what happens in case the project fails. It wasn't too long ago that we did due diligence on a project that we thought was solid, but it was struck by a hurricane and it got wiped out. But the collateral of that project was strong, and the investors, the EB5 investors, were at the top of the capital stack, meaning the equity, which represented 50% of that deal, stood behind the EB5 investors. And so the EB5 investors ultimately are taking that project over, and I believe they will recapture, if not all, a great deal of their investment, because they've structured their deal where the collateral was strong and their rights and their remedies had been laid out in a way that it was very clear that they were in a strong position. You'll hear from some projects that they're offering good collateral, but you do want to look deeper into it. You want to know, what is the corporate structure? How many different entities might be wanting to claim access, or have entities been inserted between you and the asset, so that you may have rights to the assets, but you would need to sue through one or two or even three entities to get to it. And I don't think that typically makes sense. The cost of having to pursue your remedies in a fashion like that usually doesn't even cover the probable cost of getting your money back. So that's generally the way we look at investments from a due diligence standpoint. I don't know if I'm able to share my screen, but I don't believe I am. So I was going to walk you through the eb5marketplace.com platform. On that platform, you would see that we have 15 investments, I believe, listed right now. Each of those investments have passed our due diligence examination. So I believe these do represent the best investments in the market today. It doesn't cost anything to get access to the platform. All right, so maybe I can open up. Well, you know, I'm going to let you decide if you want to visit the website. So it is eb5marketplace.com. There is no cost to use our platform, but we do require people to complete a customer form, and that is a securities requirement in the United States. In order for us to share information about these private placement investments, you will need to tell us about yourself and your background and your education. So we have a know your customer requirement, and our customer form allows us to satisfy the majority of that requirement. So I think that's the end of my presentation. I think somebody's given me the access to share something, but I'm afraid I'm not clear on how to do it. So are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Kurt, for your interesting and up-to-date presentation. And we do have a couple of questions. So the first question is from Kseniya. What are typical and tricky questions asked at the interview for the EB5 visa?
Well, that's a great question. You know, first of all, your immigration attorney should prep you for that interview. That is an expert. But there's also a firm out there, and I can't remember the name of it, but there's a firm that business model is to teach people what questions they're likely to hear in a consular interview. So if anyone's not sure about what this question is referring to, once you've gotten your I-526 form approved, then you're going to either have an interview at the consular office, and I believe this question asks, what questions should I expect to hear? And that's what your smart EB-5 attorney should be telling you. And if anyone has any requests to be introduced to a lawyer or two, I'll be more than happy to introduce you to, I know most of the attorneys in the industry, and based on your preferences of where they're located or what language they speak or what their familiarity is, I'd be happy to make the introduction. But yes, I do believe that your question should be directed to your immigration attorney.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Next question from Iswandi Vijaya. Where can I find the list of eligible businesses in Texas?
Well, I'm curious as to why Texas. Now, this also talks to the fact that some EB-5 investors, even though you must be born outside of the US, you're looking for permanent residency, there are many people in the US these days that are looking to get their permanent residency. And so perhaps this questioner is in Texas. There are a few projects in Texas that I'm aware of. I will tell you that there's no need for you to invest in a state because you want to live there. You may want to visit the project. That certainly would be a benefit. But you have the right to live anywhere you want in the US and its territories, regardless of where you invest. So there are some projects in Texas. I'm trying to think. I know of one that we're looking at now. I don't know if it's going to make it onto the platform or not. So, you know, my strategy is pick the best project from a standpoint of getting your immigration benefits and getting your money back. And if you're looking for some return on investment, that's even a possibility these days. And if you're interested in a project in Texas, I can certainly do some homework and see what I can find out.
Thank you. Iswandi Vijaya asks also, do you offer advice on creating a business plan or could come up with some useful tips on that? What are the essentials and what are the mistakes applicants make?
Well, the business plan is obviously done by the project. So you as an investor don't have to do a business plan. A business plan must follow what they call matter of Ho. So there was a court case where USCIS versus Ho, and in that court case, there was a number of elements that USCIS pointed to that said these elements need to be in a business plan. So now we colloquially call it a matter of Ho business plan. There are some excellent business plan writers. I am friendly with at least 5 of them. And if you have a project that you are looking to raise EB-5 capital, I can certainly help you introduce you to those people if you would like.
Thank you. Question from Yasin Veheba. What are the consular processing pitfalls for EB-5 and how to avoid them?
I don't know the answer to that question. When it comes to your consular interview, your preparation should really come from your attorney. And I think it's a very smart question, and I think it's a question you could ask your attorney in the interview stage before you've actually hired someone. You will get a good sense of their experience based on their response. But I'm an investment professional, and I'm focused specifically on EB-5, but I know enough about immigration to speak casually at a dinner party, but I would advise you.
Thank you so much. Have you noticed any changes because of current lockdowns, restrictions, pandemic, anything what's happening now and what was not happening before, or everything is as it is as usual?
You know, the biggest change is the Trump administration. That having the Trump administration no longer running our government is a breath of fresh air. Whatever your politics are, if you are interested in immigration, You have a very friendly administration now. And on top of that, we have seen the biggest stimulus investment into the country in the history of the world. And I know it's a big bet. It's certainly going to juice the economy. I think for the next few years, we're going to see a great deal of money being sloshed around and spent, and new businesses being created, because everyone's being given a check for $1,400 right now. And I think that with all of the other benefits to childcare and so I don't know all of the features of the plan, but I do believe that we're going to see the U.S. come out of this stronger than ever. You know, the technologies that are now running companies, companies are working, have people working from home, they're saving money. So there's more money to be spent. I think the future in the U.S. Is completely the opposite of what it was a year and a half ago, where I was really starting to get concerned that we were going down a path where we were unwelcoming and not willing to take care of the opportunities that the U.S. has been known for.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation, for all the information you gave us. I would like to remind to all our attendees that you may see Kurt's contacts on the screen. You can see email, phone number, website. Definitely recommend you to actually visit the website, check it, check all the information there, and explore yourself what Kurt was describing. And if you will have any further questions, please contact Kurt directly via the contacts on the screen.
You know, if I could make one more comment.
Of course.
This afternoon, I'm hosting a webinar. The topic is getting a loan as part of your EB5 investment. There was a recent court case where Zhang sued the US government and won, and now you can get loans, unsecured loans, to use for your investment. This is perhaps a very significant change to the way things are done in EB5. So if you would like to attend that seminar or that webinar, it'll be happening this afternoon, 2 o'clock Eastern time. If you send me an email, I believe you have my email address. kroyce@eb5marketplace.com. I'll be happy to send you an invitation, and that will be happening today.
By the way, Kurt, maybe you can send the registration link to Veronica, and Veronica will put it in the chat right away, so all our attendees can register. So after your speech, maybe we'll do that, and we will invite everybody to join your webinar as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kurt, for the presentation, for the information, and wishing you a very nice day ahead.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we have a couple of more minutes for my speech before our next speaker. What I wanted to tell you, actually I wanted to address two topics. First, how to actually buy real estate during pandemic and lockdown, how to invest without visiting. And the second topic I wanted to tell you is about our future plans, about conferences, offline events, and so on. So the first one, as we receive a lot of questions of how I may choose actually the investment, the property, if I'm stuck at home and I cannot go anywhere. So two ways. First, most countries make it available to do acquisitions online. It's fully the process is fully distant, so you don't have to visit anyone, anything, you don't have to sign anything yourself. It is really possible to do everything online. So from viewing, which can be virtual with a video, with a representative of the developer or the owner of the property is going with you in his camera and showing you everything you ask to show this or that, and he's doing this for you. From signing the papers and preparing all the paperwork and all the procedures are now available online, and all the governments are now making available these acquisitions to happen online, virtually. So if it's an issue, but I know and I fully understand that you actually want to see the property you are buying, you want to see the location, the land, you want to feel the vibes, right? And it is very important. That's why now the procedure is the following. even the country is in lockdown and it's not available to fly in. Together with the owner, with the lawyer, with the notary, we can make a special invitation which we will verify via government institutions, which will make you make available your visit to the country. We've done it a number of times already in every country actually, so there is no country we can't work with. It's quite a process, so we have to prepare some documents. It takes like maybe a week or 2 weeks before your actual visit. And it's from country to country, it's different. For example, in Portugal, in UK, in France, and in Germany, it's, all the rules are different, but we definitely can find a way. And if you are really interested in visiting, in seeing the property, and in making your choice, do not hesitate, do not wait for 1 more year, let's say, but just ask your consultant, your broker, your service provider or developer to help you with that, and everyone is helping actually. I know that it's happening, and we do have the viewings like every week, so clients are coming, seeing the property, and everything is moving on. It's just it's just going on in other ways than it was before, but it's definitely possible for every country. I receive a lot of requests like, if I am from this country and citizen of that country, can I go to this country? So it's all possible, it depending on the paperwork of the country of the final destination, but it's definitely all possible. And for our clients, we are doing this. So if you are willing to visit the property, do not stop yourself, and you can travel right away. Then what I wanted to tell you that nowadays investment migration is becoming much more popular than before lockdown, because before lockdown there were other ways of obtaining residence permit and citizenship, such as, for example, work visas and different relocation of the officers and so on. However, now we know that a lot of officers are working from home, and it is hard to explain to the local government that you need to hire a person from another country and make him work from your office in this country, because your workers from your local country are actually working from home. Then why your new employee can't work from home of his own country, right? So that's why actually immigration by investment maybe became almost only one way of receiving this residence permit or citizenship, and we see that a lot of attention comes to this industry and sphere, and there are lots of opportunities. I believe that you explored some of them during our conference, but this world is actually not limited to these programs. You may explore different investment migration programs. I definitely recommend you to check government websites, because they always publish up-to-date information. They change the rules and they publish them online. So check, for example, if you are interested in Malta, just check Maltese government websites. Most of countries make it available in English, so you will find all the programs, all the conditions. You may receive up-to-date information, as well as you may contact immigration attorney and immigration services provider, who will advise you about the programs, about the possibilities. So I encourage you to explore this world and find new opportunities and programs for yourself. Then a few words about our plans. For those who has just joined us, I want to remind that we at ILP Group, we are a global conference organizer. We are doing it for 8 years. We are a global leader of immigration by investment and luxury real estate conferences, exhibitions, gala parties and events. We conduct these events globally. Before pandemic and lockdown, we conducted our famous events in Monaco, in Cannes, in Bangkok, in Mumbai, in Shanghai, in Moscow, in London, in Dubai, all these places. We invited investors, high net worth individuals, and developers, immigration service providers, family offices. So we made that life-changing acquaintances, and I know that a lot of people have changed their place of residency and citizenship after our events. So I encourage you to visit our website to check our live offline events, ilpgroup.uk. Please visit. We list all our events there on the main page. We are planning actually to resume offline events very soon, once it will be available in countries where lockdowns will be over. We hope for this year, actually, we hope to host our biggest event in Cannes in France this autumn in November, and we cordially invite you to this event as our partner or as our guest, and we hope to see you in person, because we at ILP Group, all our team miss these live events and our conferences. Hope soon will resume. Besides, we do online conferences every month. We do one online conference like this one for different markets. Next month we are going to have a conference for China, and we invite if you are immigration service provider, developer, luxury real estate agent, or immigration lawyer, we invite you to present yourself to our audience in China. And this event is focused on Chinese market, which actually is the biggest, still the biggest source of immigrants for most of immigration programs. It's for the US, let's say, for European Union, huge demand for Portugal, for UK, for Canada. So it's a very nice market, very hard one, not easy, and we're going to talk about this next month. So please check our website for a more accurate schedule. Besides, we do have online conferences specifically dedicated to hospitality real estate, where we invite professional investors, institutional investors, investment funds, hotel chains, high net worth individuals interested in acquiring hospitality real estate. And these conferences we do again now online once per month. Once it will be available, we will do it offline, and I invite you to check them and register there as well. I believe we have to move on to our next speaker, and I will ask my team to check if our next speaker is available. Yes, our next speaker is available, and I'm very pleased to invite to this virtual stage Prashant Ajmera, founder of Ajmera Law Group, our beloved partner whom we trust a lot, and I definitely recommend you to meet him. And Prashant will be addressing our audience today with the topic basic do's and don'ts for entering the Indian investment migration market. Prashant, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Kseniya.
Great, Prashant. Thank you so much for joining us today. This virtual stage is fully yours for the next 30 minutes. And to all our attendees, I would like to tell that you may start asking your questions, and we will ask Prashant to answer them after his speech.
So it's thank you very much, Kseniya, once again. Though it was a last minute, I was invited to speak on this particular subject, but we have done it this one in January, so it was not a problem. And as I understand that we have an audience from around the world and also from India. So always the Indian market has still remained as a mystery to most of the immigrations, lawyers, developers, migration consultants, and the other professionals who are working in this space. As Kseniya mentions, we started working with the ILP Group in India, and we did the first show in 2018 in May. We have been doing it 3 shows. We did it in India, and now this year we did it online show. So do's and don'ts for entering the Indian investment market. When it comes to the largest market in India, Kseniya just mentions that the largest market in India is, in the world, when it comes to the residency and citizenship by investment, is China, and followed by the other neighboring countries like Taiwan, Korea, and such countries, Vietnam's. Well, in compared to those one, the Indian market is quite new, or we are at the very early stage or a baby stage. And most of the professionals, when they come to in India, they are entering into the Indian market with the same hope and expectations that the population of India is the same size as China. So, well, we should not have difficulties using our same method and technology and the marketing techniques we have used in other countries. Why not in India? And let me tell you very honestly, most of the firms who has tried to enter those, they are very big in other markets, have miserably failed in India because they have failed to understand the local market, local culture, and the local regulations. So obviously the regulation always makes and breaks the any industries, and that's exactly with the migration industry as well. So Indian currency restrictions, why the Indian market for residency and citizenship was not going in line with the other countries? Because up till 2008, Indian citizens, high net worth individuals, ultra HNIs were not allowed to send money or invest money out of India. It was only in 2008 that the Indian companies were allowed to make an investment outside India, which is known as an overseas direct investment for an Indian companies, or the Indian citizens were allowed to make an investment out of India, known as the liberalized remittance schemes, or popularly known as an LRS schemes. So under these schemes, as we are talking about here to the citizens of India or an individuals, we'll talk about only the liberalized remittance schemes, that as of now, each Indian citizen in a one financial year, that is from 1st April to 31st March of the next year, he can remit only 250,000 US dollar out of India. And because of these restrictions, the market hasn't grown and mature enough, and the Indian HNI's parents has not seen the pros and cons of the residency and citizenships and the making an investment outside into the real estate or into the financial market. With this regulations when came in, the Indian companies were remitting the money out of India and investing into a joint venture company. They were investing into the wholly owned subsidiaries. So this was like a new experience for an Indian companies to going out to Australia, to America, to Canada, to European countries, Latin American countries, set up their business there and make an investment. And obviously the banks, Indian banks, financial institute, big law firms and chartered accountants were equipped to assist them. And they are making an investment in a very decent way. But when it came to the Indian citizens, this is the data of the last 12 years, which we have pulled out from our central bank known as an RBI or Reserve Bank of India. We see a continuous rise in remittance or an investment out of India from $72 billion in a first year, $72 million in a first year to almost $19 billion as of 2019 and 20. And that's a very big number. But when we dissect this investment or a remittance out of India, we see in the blue square here that the people who has made an investment out of India was primarily for their children's educations and their support for living abroad for while they were studying. So the number 1, 2, and 3 items, if you put together, almost $9 to $10 billion are being invested or rather remitted by the Indian parents out of India for their children's educations. So like any other country, Indian parents, obviously their paramount, the goal in the life is giving the best education and best life to the children. And that's $10 billion are being invested. The number 2 is the travel. Because of the economic liberalizations, money coming to the people, going to the neighboring countries like Taiwan, Korea, Taiwan and Hong Kong, Singapore and Dubai and Middle Eastern countries to all the way up to the North American countries and Europe, we spend almost $7 billion in travel. And out of this one, if you look at it, the investment portion is only $1 billion, whereby deposit is into the 623 million. Property is only $86 million in a whole year. And equity investment or a debt or equity is about $431 million. Why this scenario? So you can see that out of the $19 billion, only $1 billion is invested into some kind of the assets. The rest is money is being spent. So when it comes to spending the money, probably you do not need an advice and you're going to go and spend your money whatever you like to do it. But when it comes to the investment, you need a lot of help and a lot of advice, professional advice, tax advice, structuring and all these things. So that lack of knowledge created the problem in Indian market, that when these Indian HNIs go to validate your product or your project to that local chartered accountants, they go to their law firms, financial professionals or investment advisors, they do not find an answer. How do I transfer the money from in India? How do I do the taxations for this money? Will I be taxed 2 times? This morning, I was just doing another conference with the PhD Chamber of Commerce in Delhi, and that's exactly that question was asked by one of the investors, that if I make an investment into Europe, am I going to tax 2 times, one in a country where I make an investment in Bulgaria in that case, and one in India? So you can imagine that the person is an HNI or high net worth individual who is ready to make an investment of $1 million for the Bulgarian programs, but he has no answer to these basic questions. Also, if he goes to his local professionals, they have no answer to it. So this lack of knowledge and obviously the trust with this professional are having a problem in the Indian market when it comes to the residency and citizenship by investment. At the same time, we all know that the more than 100 companies, government agencies, and the immigration professionals, the immigration lawyers, developers have approached us, the firm like us, that they are interested in attracting the investors from in India. But now we are so much bombarded with this company being approached to our law firm that we have stopped even making an alliance with them, because we realize that we need to focus to educate the Indian professional and ultimately the Indian investors that what are the pros and cons, what are the benefits of the residency and citizenship programs. And that's where we are concentrating our efforts. So what we have done it as a law firm, that we realized that to bring all these asset class under the one domain, we created a company called Ajmera Capital, and brings all the foreign investment opportunities in 4 different asset class under the one domain. At the same time, we register an organization called the Forum for Overseas Investment Awareness, Forum for Overseas Investment Awareness, to basically bring the knowledge about the product and also bring the knowledge awareness about the investment abroad. So these 2 efforts, along with us other 4 or 5 companies, we have started these efforts since last 4 or 5 months, and we are doing it on a weekly basis, workshops, seminars, and master classes to educate the professionals who have shown an interest that yes, they would like to give solutions to their clients about the residency and citizenship programs or some other investment opportunities outside, like Kseniya mentioned about the real estate. So when we started talking to the Indian HNIs and ultra HNIs, we realized that the residency and citizenship was not an only solutions we can give them, because many of them, they say that, well, looking to the size of a business, looking to the kind of a decent democracy we have it in India, and so forth, and other reasons, we do not wish to take a residency and citizenship by investment. But what can we do? What can we do to become a global citizens, probably get our children educated, have a better quality of life, expand our business, have a retired good life, tax planning, diversification of portfolio, all these things. So, and that's where we thought as an Ajmera law firm and creating this portal Ajmera Capital, that we bring the other asset class to our clients, whereby they can make an investment into global real estate, they can make an investment into the global stock market and related products. So now we are in a position, if you go to and visit our portal Ajmera Capital, we are in a position to offer to our Indian HNI clients the investment into the London stock market, New York stock market, or almost 50 stock market of the world from one single account. Portfolio management services we are providing like that, providing as well. And other services, what they need it, we provide. We join a hand with the tax advisors and the structure, doing the structuring of the global investment also with the firms in USA, firms in Europe and other countries. So we can provide a whole solutions to our clients in India. So not only we are concentrating on residency and citizenship by investment, that we do it for about 20-25 countries, but also we started advising our clients to make an investment into different asset class as well, because ultimately it's a family's choice how they want to do it and what they want to do it. Why it is necessary for an Indian parents and why we started advising them that they should look into, if they do not want a residency and citizenship by investment, but they should look into the other investment. Because in 12 years now, when we tell them that in the 12 years, the dollar was 49 or 50 rupees to $1 US, now it is almost 74, 75 rupees. That means you lost your assets by 35% without doing anything. And if you have decided that you want your child to study abroad, you decided that you're going to have a foreign trip once, twice, or 3 times a year, you're going to have a destination wedding, if you're going to have a luxury properties, luxury goods buy from the abroad, that means you are exposed to the foreign currencies and a foreign global market. And with this currency exchange rate, the way in which it is going, it is very important that you make diversified your portfolio, not only into the Indian market, but at least 20-25% you should put it outside India as well. So this is our Ajmera Capital portals, where you can see the kind of services is provided: global digital bank accounts, access to the US stock market, global portfolio management services, global stock markets for 50 stock markets, second passport, which is a residency and citizenship by investment, global real estates, and startup going global. So we provide a comprehensive 360 degrees solutions to our clients, HNIs and ultra HNIs. Now, the clients who are coming to us, but at the moment for us, the bigger task is to bring this message to the Indian professionals and ultimately to the HNIs and ultra HNIs. So that's why, as I mentioned before, we have 2 problems and 2 solutions: Ajmera Capitals and FOA. So Forum for Overseas Investment Awareness is a non-profit organization to create awareness in India about outbound investment amongst the professional and investors. This is a non-profit organization. So with these backgrounds and what our firm has done it in the last 1.5 or 2 years, 7 mistakes to avoid when breaking through the Indian markets. If you are a professional coming from an abroad to enter into a market, or even you are a government agencies and you wish to attract the Indian investors or an Indian company, do not replicate the market model of other Asian countries. As I mentioned before, each and every company is replicating the market model of other countries. And standard practice is come to in India, find out online the few agents, meet them and appoint them, and they think that they will bring them a clients. Most of them have miserably failed. When they come to in India, looking to the size of the country, these professionals, developers, when they come to in India, they want to work with as many agents as they can. Doesn't make sense. Rather work with the one good agent or a one good law firm than working with so many agents who has no idea, no knowledge, who cannot get a confidence of the Indian HNIs and ultra HNI clients. How is going to sell your product? How is going to sell your immigration program? How is going to sell your real estate projects? Or how is going to sell your investment into your stock market in London or in USA or in other markets? No way. Because if this agent doesn't have that knowledge, these agents in India are doing 24/7 only one thing, which is selling the student visas to Indian students and parents. They have no idea about this program and complexity of this program, which they can do it. Probably in over the period of time, it might change, but not at the moment. Also, because of the lack of knowledge, they presume that, oh, it's a very big country, India is a third world countries or an emerging economies. The HNIs and ultra HNIs are ready to move out of India. Believe me, they are not that open. They say that, well, we have a decent democracy here. We have a nice business here. We have a lot of servants here. Why we should go to a European countries where we have to do everything by ourselves? We are happy here. We have our privileges. So why we should go? So there are various reasons that they are not open to as much as we see in the countries like Taiwan, China, Korea, and Middle Eastern countries. Yes, you will always find an Indian citizens who are into the out of India, living, working as an expat in the Middle Eastern countries, in MENA regions, in Europe, in other neighboring East Asian countries like Hong Kong, Singapore, Bangkok, and those countries. Yeah, they would be open to this one. Like last week, this case happened to me. One very big developers from and a broker from Turkey approached us. Mr. Ajmera, we would like to work with you. We see a big opportunity in India and we want to sell our projects as many as we can. So I just send him a one line. There is no market in India at the moment for a Turkey program. So we are not interested. Sorry. So he came back to me and he says, Mr. Ajmera, you are completely wrong because we just sold last week 2 properties worth $1.6 million and they were both Indian citizens. But I said, yes, sir, I agree with you. But check your file again. They are not from India. They are having their business or working somewhere out of India. And he came back to me immediately next day and he says, yes, Mr. Ajmera, you're right. They are from African countries and they were having their business and they wanted to move to Turkey because they can go to somewhere else. And I said, second reason is that there is no Indian citizen who can transfer the $1.6 million and invest into a real estate in a one go. They can do it over the period of time or they can do it a family together. Neglecting the stigma of the HNI, high net worth individual for immigrations. Why I'm saying this one, it's a two different things what I'm saying here. One is that they are not open. We meet the Indian parents day in, day out in our office on a regular basis. Probably in a day, we meet about 8 to 10 clients for sure. But the first sentence they say to us, whether they are worth $1 million or whether they are worth $50 million, we are very well to do in our country. In India, we are doing it for our children. They will say it in our local language, they might say it in English, but they say it because the mentality of the Indian parents is still there that high net worth individual, the immigration is for the people who doesn't have a money, who are not well to do. Also, as they don't have a knowledge, the another mistake you try to make is connecting with the professionals and high net worth individual advisors, that they will do work for you and they will sell it. But as they don't have a knowledge, how they're going to do it. And the last one is the understanding the challenge of getting the money out of India. So these are the things you have to do it, because I had to have I can give you an example that when we started offering the Portugal visa program in India, I had to sit down with the lawyer in Portugal at least several times to just make sure that we are in compliance with the foreign exchange regulation of India, and also we are in compliance with the source of fund requirement of the Portugal government. And when we put this thing together with the several discussions and everything, then we find out a model that yes, if Indian businessman wants to make an investment out for Portugal, this is how we should do it. So what do you do? Educate your client, build trust, focus on selling your projects, find common ties between India and your country. If you are making a presentation to the Indian investors, try to see that there is a connection between your country and in India. Try to think out of the box. Do not try to copycat the marketing strategies which you have used in other countries. In one trip, we are a 1.3 billion populations. And I know many people are coming to in India, many projects people, particularly from Grenada, and I have seen people coming from the Turkey, that they go and make a 2 weeks trip going up and down the country. Don't try to do that one. Come to a 1 or 2 cities and gradually grow up. If you want to work with the partners, make sure that the partner is knowledgeable and open to it, and he has a kind of an HNI clients. Yeah, you will find immigration consultants dime a dozen, but they should have a knowledge about the residency and citizenship programs. I have seen a lot of people and companies are coming here and trying to train those agents. With those agents, with that training of few hours or one day is not taking you anywhere. If they don't get even a convinced with your program or your projects, how they're going to sell it to their clients. Try to work with 1 or 2 good associates than many mediocre ones. Allocate a sizable budget of marketing. This is one of the biggest hindrance of entering into an Indian market. And I'll tell you from our example, we are offering the services for almost 18 to 20 countries. That means we have to market for 18 to 20 countries. Obviously, we are not a big firm like having hundreds and hundreds of lawyers. We are a small boutique law firm, just specialized into the residency and citizenship by investment. And in that case, how do we market 18 programs of the world at a time? Obviously, we're going to market only those programs which we believe we can sell it. So if you want to market your programs, you have to have a budget, work with the local representative and do it. Mercedes-Benz wanted to sell their car in India. They had a huge budget to sell it before they appointed so many agents across India. Similarly, you need to have that kind of an approach that yes, we're going to come to in India, we're going to do this marketing of these projects. If you depend on an agent, I know programs like Turkey, Grenada, and Caribbean programs totally wiped out of India because without giving the benefit of these programs, the project developers were depending on the local agents and they will do the marketing. Be generous with the good introducers, commissions you pay. So these are the 10 things you should remember. If you want to know more about this, my particular the topics, I have written a number of articles, and I'm sure that most of you are aware of imrdaily.com portal, and those articles are available and you can read these articles at a length. Just 1 minute about ourselves. I'm an Indian lawyer and Ajmera Law Group. We are in the practice in residency and citizenship, and now 100% into the investment is since 1993. I'm a Canadian citizen based in Montreal, Canada. We do provide the RCI practice in India to all major countries. We are an advisor and speaker at several RCI shows, including the ILP. And I have spoken at a number of places in India and UAE and Europe and so many places. In order to educate the local market, I have written 2 books. One is The Millionaires on the Move. So this again was written to educate the local market. And in 16th January 2019 at the ILP show in Mumbai, this book was launched. It has received an overwhelming response. So now we are in a process of revising this book because in immigration industry, in 2 years, a lot of things has changed. So by this May or June, we should be in a position to come out with the second editions. Actually, taking an advantage of this lockdown schedules and long terms to revise this book. The second book I wrote is the How to Plan for Your Child's Foreign Education in 2020. Again, this book was written with to educate the Indian parents that where they are making the mistake in their child's foreign education planning.
Thank you so
Just
much,
small 3 legal updates.
I'm sorry to
which
interrupt
also
you because we have questions from the chat which I want to ask you, and I guess Prashant doesn't hear me, right?
Was challenged by the Bar Council of
Prashant?
India. And the Supreme Court of India decided in favor of the Bar Councils that under the Indian Advocates Act, only Indian lawyers can practice and advise on the Indian and foreign law, including immigration law in India. And also they say very clearly that foreign lawyers in any category having their office in India are operating illegally in India. Based on this one, our central bank, Reserve Bank of India, came out with a notification in December 2020 that advising all the banks and financial institutes that they should not open any bank accounts or should not give any permission to the foreign lawyers who wish to come and having and establish their office. Obviously, they are advising to the people, their department as well. Similarly, based on this one, the agents, consultants, and company in India, based on this judgment, whether it's an Indian company or a foreign company, also cannot practice or advise in India on Indian or foreign law, including immigration law. So all the agents, consultants, and the foreign companies or Indian companies, based on this judgment, operating in India are operating illegally. As of now, there is a bill pending before our external ministry, known as the Migration Act of 2020, under which at the moment the immigration agents and consultants are not regulated. So in order to regulate them, probably that bill might become a law, and the immigration agents, particularly those who are recruiting people from India and those who are into the student visa recruitment, will be regulated under this law. So that's all the legal updates I wanted to give you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions or anything, I'll be more than happy to answer. Kseniya, once again, thank you for your giving me an opportunity to express my views on entering into an Indian market. And if you any attendees has any questions or anything, I'll be more than happy to answer.
I just want to check if you hear me, because I guess you have to wear earphones. Yes. Now I guess you hear me, right? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Kseniya.
Great. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. We do have questions. First question from Katya. How did the pandemic affect the demand for immigration services in India and South Asia in general?
The pandemic didn't affect. Actually, as you mentioned, the interest of the people or investors has increased in making an investment outside India.
Mm-hmm.
So the several companies with whom we work with, the Stockhills and Crystals, and these are the American companies, Singapore companies who are attracting the investment, they saw a tremendous growth in their investment going out of India. Because while all the HNIs were sitting at home, they were in front of the computers and a laptop and says, well, this market, our Indian market is probably not working. Let me see what's happening in the New York market or a London market and what's happening with the real estate in this one. And we all know that in the tech industry, the stock prices has gone up many times, like a Teslas and Zooms and all this one. So suddenly we saw a surge in the interest, which we wanted to do is now happening, that the people are asking. Obviously, they are asking question about the residency and citizenship, but also started asking, how do I make an investment into the stock market? How do I make an investment into the real estate? So the pandemic had a positive impact on this one, that of the whole market, particularly in India. I'm not sure about the other countries or neighboring countries, but in India, yes, there was a positive impact of the pandemic.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prashant, for the presentation, for the speech, for answering the question. We are a bit running out of time, so I would like to ask all our attendees to put your further questions to Prashant directly, and would like to highlight that you may see contacts on the screen, email, telephone number, a website. Please feel free to reach out to Prashant directly. Thank you so much, Prashant, for joining us today. Thank you for your speech, and wishing you a very nice evening.
Same to you, Kseniya and Veronica and whole team of the ILP, and look forward to talking to you or meet you in person very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will ask my team to check our next speaker from the US. Yes, I see our next speaker is ready. I'm very pleased to present Katerina Alznauer, partner and head of business and non-immigrant visa department of Perry and Alznauer, and with the topic pathway to citizenship in the United States through employment or investment. Katerina, do you hear us?
Yes, I do. Good morning.
Great. So this little stage
Good afternoon.
Fully yours for the next 30 minutes, and I would like to ask all our attendees to put questions to Katerina in the chat, and Katerina will answer all of them at the end of your speech, so you may start your presentation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. It is great to be here today. Let me start today's discussion about pathway to citizenship to the in the United States through investment or employment. First of all, let me introduce myself a little bit. I'm an immigration attorney. I've been in the field for about 20 years. I pretty much work with, primarily work with business immigration. When I say business immigration, I mean talent, green cards and visas, and I also mean business immigration as investment and obtaining green cards or work visas through investment. And today's our discussion is obviously relates to investment, and that's what we're going to concentrate on. When we talk about immigration to the United States, we are discussing several things. We have to think about several items at the same time. One, that the fact that immigration law in the United States is very complex. So especially, and we just had a very anti-immigrant administration. So we're coming out of that process. Everything is going really returning back to normalcy. But still, we have to consider a short-term plan and a long-term plan for immigration purposes. And this is how immigrant and non-immigrant visas come in. Short-term plan, how soon do you want to be in the United States? Are you looking to be here in the next 6 months, 9 months, or that doesn't really matter? You want to finish up all your affairs abroad and then move to the United States in the next couple of years? Are you looking to bring in your family first so the kids could start schooling, or children could start, or older children could go to college? If this is your goal, then there could be other. Then again, short-term plans come in, and this is where non-immigrant visa is to help, the purpose of which is to permit residing in the United States, working or studying or visiting for pleasure for on temporary basis for a short period of time or finite period of time, whereas immigrant visas is a precursor of green card, permanent residency in the United States. And that visa permits you staying and working in the United States and living in the United States on a permanent basis as long as you wish for it. In terms of non-immigrant visa, we're going to concentrate today on just two categories, E2 and L1, which will be the next slide. Although there's various kinds of visas, we'll call them alphabet soup, since under the regulations they're all alphabetized, A, B, C, D, so that's where it comes from. Only two relate quite directly to investment. E2 visa is good for those people who are looking to either start business in the United States or invest into acquire business perhaps, or start international trade, import, export with a country of which they're citizens. The visa is typically issued for 5 years, and it allows employment with the business that will be operating in the United States. At the same time, spouses may apply for work authorization, open market work authorization, and children may attend universities or schools along with public schools on the same basis as other residents or citizens of the United States. The advantage of this visa is that you don't have to continue your business abroad, and it can be extended indefinitely. So long as your business continues, or so long as your international trade continues, you are welcome to continue your stay. At the same time, when we're talking about L1 visa, this is more designed for transfer from the foreign operating business into the United States of the C-suite executives or upper managers, and typically people who own business or people who are high net worth individuals who are investing into the United States, acquiring business in the United States, usually run some sort of business abroad. So this is how this visa may be of use, where you can transfer yourself or transfer your executives into the business in the United States and have them operate here on a temporary basis. Another good purpose for a non-immigrant visa is to perhaps you're not ready to commit to permanent residency in the United States because it has certain consequences, for example, global taxation, which I will discuss a little bit more shortly. And you want to try if this country really fits for you. So that would be another reason why you would turn first to the non-immigrant visa. In terms of immigrant visa, turning to the immigrant visas, again, there's 5 employment-based categories of immigrant visas, which lead to green card directly. But today we're going to concentrate only on 2 of them. There's an EB1C subcategory of employment-based first preference and EB5 employment-based fifth preference category. The reason why we're concentrating on these 2 is because, once again, they directly relate to investment into the United States. The first one is somewhat similar to L1, non-immigrant category, but it does not mean that you have to be first in that non-immigrant category in order for processing green card on this pathway. And again, it is designed for multinational managers or executives, whereas EB5 is a more direct path of acquiring green card through citizenship. Green card through investment, and in that way, there's just direct path where there's an investment, and because of that investment and eventual job creation, there is the green card will be acquired. So the requirements for EB1C category require an operating business abroad, and they require an active operating business in the United States. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this category is designed for upper management suite, meaning executives or upper management, those who have a few levels of corporate ladder under them. That's the purpose of this visa. This is for those people this is designed. The one more requirement for this visa is that there has to be very specific relationships, one of the 4 types. It must be parent, branch, subsidiary, or an affiliate to the U.S. entity. So when we're talking about this in practice, we're looking at company abroad or company in the United States opening some sort of related company abroad, or vice versa. And with that acquired connection, even through purchase of a business in the United States, immediately the necessary relationship exists, and the business can be, and the person can be transferred. The path, overall path for green card process, which eventually leads to citizenship, consists of 4 steps. As I mentioned earlier, one of the requirements is pre-immigration tax planning. United States is one of the few countries that have regulations for global taxation. It means that not if you become a U.S. tax resident, it's not only that your U.S. income will be subject to taxation, but all over the world. So the first step before you decide to immigrate, you need to talk to a proper financial advisor or an accountant in order to make sure that you qualify. Then the next step is, once you meet all the requirements and the petition is filed with the Immigration Service, after the petition is approved, which right now takes somewhere 18 months to 2 years, I would probably say closer to 18 months, then you can process your green card immigrant visa abroad, or in certain cases apply for immigrant visa, apply for adjustment of status in the United States. Then once you get green card, you acquire, you get it for 10 years. And after 5 years of being a green card holder, you can apply for citizenship. This is one of the advantages in the United States, actually, that it is a fairly straightforward path in order to acquire citizenship, that everything is laid out and it's not so simple to change the law, the existing law in the United States. In terms of EB-5, I often see this category for those who are either transferring their family, but because of the taxation issues, the main earner stays abroad and has some sort of work visa that we usually help with, continues to travel back and forth to avoid problems with U.S. customs and border protection. EB-5 is a program that is designed through investment of either $900 or $1.8 million, depending on the geographical location of the business in which you're investing, that would eventually create 10 jobs for U.S. citizens or green card holders. There's 2 sub options for it. One is for those who want to be hands-on and want to operate the business. You're more than welcome to. And you can often see it in the form of either acquiring, it can be anything active and productive business, from acquiring a franchising and operating a franchising, creating those 10 jobs, to acquiring whatever business, factory, that corporation, global corporation that fits your dreams, desires, or needs. Both, all of those versions work so long as the requisite investment is there and the 10 jobs are created. The other subcategories for those who are not, who do not necessarily want to venture into the United States and in such an active position, but are able to invest, and they can invest into regional center program. Regional centers are businesses that are business entities that are approved by the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, as a result of which they stimulate job creation, again, create those necessary 10 jobs per investor, and economic growth because of it, depending on the targeted economic areas where there's a high rate of unemployment, or in some instances, rural areas. What that in reality means is that regional centers are investment funds that pull investments from the foreign nationals in order to build or create some sort of big project. I like to give an example of W Hotel in the Los Angeles that was built with the investors' money. The difference between this path, one of the differences between this path and EB-1C path is that this is a more flexible one in terms of the main concentration is on the source and lawful source and path of funds. That means is that if the path is there, then the decision and the chance of acquiring a U.S. green card is very predictable. because this is more of a black and white area. There's no that much room for hesitation. And there will be a separate slide where I'll discuss a little bit more about the lawful sources of investment. So the immigrant visa process has slightly more steps than EB1C process that is designed for multinational managers. But they're very similar. Once again, you start with the pre-immigration tax planning, talk to your financial advisor or accountant. Then the very important part of then the next step is extremely important in choosing the EB5 project, be it your own business or personal business individual business that you will be working with, or a regional center. Do your due diligence in order to determine that this is a good project. Immigration to the United States is conditioned on investment at commercial risk. What it means is that these projects, regional centers, you invest into them and in return you get green card. Ideally, your return on investment, once the period of time passes, you get your investment back. But there's no guarantee for this because your investment is at risk. And right now there's over 400 regional centers around approved by the Immigration Service in the United States. Some of them have only completed one project, some none. So you have to be very careful. At the same time, you have to understand that there are regional centers that have completed 20 projects, 30 projects, and they exist for decades already on the market. And they are interested in returning your investment back because they want to start the next project. So it's very important to review this. Once that's done and the funds are invested and you're ready to proceed, the petition is filed. After a couple of years, again, it takes a little bit of time for the petition to process, unless you're using an expedite option. Expedite option exists either on personal basis. If there are some sort of personal reasons by which you're required, you basically request Immigration Service to approve your case on expedite basis. Or if the regional center has the status of being in the national interest. At the moment, I am aware of at least one that has such preferential status. And what it does to processing time, it shortens them from several years to under one, which is a very nice plus. Then once the petition is approved and adjustment of status or immigrant visa are approved and a green card is acquired, the first green card, that's a big difference with the multinational green card process, is that you get only 2-year green card. And it's issued to you only because the investment has been made and it qualified. The next step in the next 2 years to show that you're going to have those 10 requisite jobs. After 2 years, you have to remove the conditions of the green card, and you get the remaining 8 years. 2 plus 8 will be 10. And then again, 5 years after becoming a permanent resident, you would be eligible, if you meet other requirements, you would be eligible to receive, to apply for citizenship. And as I mentioned earlier, the importance of the acquiring, of doing your due diligence with the regional centers, if this is the path you're going through, that's when return on investment happens in about 5-year term. So these are the potential sources of funds that could be used for EB5 purposes. It could be dividends from a company, personal earnings or salary, savings, inheritance, whatever it is. Be prepared to show your tax returns for 5 years, and if it's business income and company's income for 5 years, bank statements. When we talk about source and path of funds, we're talking about a linked chain where there's no breaks. So often comes up an issue if there was a cash investment, where did it come from? Why did it appear in cash? So you have to be very careful with it and talk to your immigration attorney about the source, determining what would be the best way to show the source and path of funds. In my practice, as I see, what happens is that if there's any questions, the Immigration Service issues a request for evidence, asking anything goes there, from open source, open internet source search, and checking out the person, if the name, from basically Googling the person, to reviewing open tax records of the person's country. Everything is being checked for the purpose of the lawfulness of the source of investment. So, like I said, if you have a good source of funds and you have planned for it and you have a good strategy for it, in that case, the decision on your case would be very predictable. And of course, the last, one of the most important things is the United States passport is one of the most coveted in the world. Prior to pandemic, there were more than 200 countries that American passport open to. Right now, there's a little bit less, but then with this, with the more pro-immigrant administration, we see already huge positive changes. And hopefully once COVID disappears, that would continue. The advantage of having an American passport that permits investors and businessmen much easier travel around the world, and it also permits being able to bring your relatives to the United States, and your children automatically become U.S. citizens. Why hiring an immigration attorney? Like I said in the beginning, immigration law is very complex. It is being compared now to being second to taxation law in terms of complexity. So talk to your immigration attorney, or our firm would be happy to help you with representation, building your strategy, and determining your needs, building the path that works best for you. And again, thank you so much for contacting me. I am very happy to present here today. And if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them. Hello?
Thank you so much, Katrina, for a nice presentation, informative and up-to-date as usual. We do have some questions. The first one is from Isvan Divijaya. What provisions of antitrust law should I be aware of as a small business owner? What should be avoided, and what actions might expose me to potential antitrust problems?
That would require a little bit more of a detailed inquiry, because it would go into what you're working with. So I would recommend you asking me directly or reaching out to me directly about this question. But generally, if you can show lawful source of funds that your business is earning, and you can show your taxes for the 5 years with the business earnings, then and your personal income taxes, if you can show bank statements or other evidence that you've been accumulating these funds, then with that you can qualify for EB5 program, for an EB5 program.
Thank you so much. Question from Kseniya. Employment-wise and business-wise, are immigrants treated differently? If so, how can such discrimination be legally counteracted?
That is a very difficult question. There's a lot of things happening in the United States on a daily basis, but I would like to remind everybody that this country is not built by, it has been built by immigrants, and I am an immigrant myself. So united we stand, and all immigrants support each other, except for natives. Everyone else has immigrated to the United States. In terms of business communities, I would not say that there's particularly there's some sort of discrimination to foreign nationals, to the point that right now there is a new regulation review that would exclude the legal term alien from the legal regulation. So we are on a path of being more inclusive.
Thank you so much. Do you see some improvements after president's election and the new administration? Do you think that now the US is much more immigrant friendly and all those who expected should apply right away, and it's a time now?
Yes, there is a lot. It's already, let's say the second Biden has been elected and has been inaugurated. We see many positive changes, and we're expecting many more positive changes. From the reports from White House through a few EB5 regional centers, I hear that everything is going to return back to normalcy, which is a good thing. And I also see more positive decisions, more lenient decisions from the Immigration Service. So we have a lot of hopes for this administration, especially that we have a Democratic House and Senate. At the same time, you cannot forget the United States immigration in the United States is a hot button political issue. So all those who were in power for the last 4 years are going to be now in courts, like we were the last 4 years. I mean, immigration attorneys fighting for our clients, defending their rights. So this is all going to happen. And at the same time, you cannot forget that it doesn't change the fact that people still immigrate and we still continue working every single day.
Thank you so much, Katerina, for answering all the questions. Thank you for the presentation, for being with us today. And I would like to remind to all our attendees that you may see Katerina's contacts on the screen. You see the email, phone number, website. Please contact Katerina directly for your further inquiries, for further questions and consultancy. And Katerina, I wish you a very nice day ahead, very sunny and effective one. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Denis. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a nice day.
I am pleased to inform you that we reached our final destination, and the conference is about to be closed. And I want to invite you to our website, ilpgroup.uk, to check our further upcoming online conferences as well as offline events. And we have different events for different markets. We highlight all the topics dedicated to immigration by investments, real estate investments, alternative investments, and you may choose the event you are interested in and register online, as well as you may contact us if you still have any questions which were not answered today. We will be pleased to give you more information, to connect you to the right person, to the right advisor, and also if you need presentations of our speakers and their contacts, everything will be sent to you after the conference to the email which you used while registering. Thank you so much for watching us today. I wish you a very sunny day, evening or morning, and hopefully hope to meet you at our next online and offline events. Wishing you a very nice day.